Likutey Halakhot on Shulchan Aruch Yoreh Day'ah. Rebbe Noson, follower of Rebbe Nachman of Breslov. Laws of Usury. Law 1. Most people are of the opinion that the prohibition of charging any interest for the loan of money is irrational because it seems proper to pay for the use of another's money that is made unavailable to the owner for a period of good time. But the Torah did in fact forbid it, and this prohibition is very severe, as if one has denied the fundamental of faith. Yoreh Day'ah 160. As the Rebbe writes, all bounty of money comes to a person through the soul, which corresponds to the feminine, to the feet. Study the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 69. And when one lends another money, they are thereby acquiring them. As our sages said on the verse, one who borrows is a servant to one who lends. Proverbs 22:7. Rosh Hashanah 31b. For the borrower becomes physically bound to the lender. And when the borrower becomes physically liable in body, all his possessions automatically become indentured to the loaner. For by accepting the loaner's money and becoming bound and indentured to him, his soul also becomes the loaner's, as in, if he comes into possession of a soul through the purchase of his money, Leviticus 22:11. For when one acquires a servant, one also acquires their soul, as written, the souls that they acquired in Haran, Genesis 12:5, which Rashi explains as referring to servants and maidservants, which the verse refers to as souls. This is because the soul is the ultimate acquisition, since when one has become another's financial possession, one is thereby that person's soul, since all of a person's possessions correspond to their soul, as the Rebbe explains there. Similarly, the borrower who becomes indebted to the loaner through the money they receive from them becomes part of their soul, and through the borrowers indenturing themselves, all of the borrower's possessions thereby also become indentured to the loaner, for all of one's possessions are part of the soul. So, since the borrower has become indentured, meaning that his soul has become absorbed into the loaner's soul, has become soul for the loaner, all the possessions and wealth of the borrower automatically come into the possession of the loaner, for all possessions are part of the owner's soul. This is why the authorities state regarding the sale of a promissory note that if the seller, the loaner, absolves the loan is absolved. Choshen Mishpat 66:23. Acts. For the crux is the physical indenture, and one's possessions are only indentured through the indenture of the body. Thus, since the loaner has acquired the soul of the borrower for the duration of the loaner is thereby receiving great benefit for the use of his money, the bounty of money, that the loaner will receive from the soul of the borrower. For every soul has its own bounty of money, as the Rebbe explains there. That is why it is forbidden to take interest, since one is already receiving great payment for the duration of the loan, which is the bounty of money that one will receive from the soul of the borrower. So it is a very severe prohibition, for the forces of evil are very attached to this, since the loaner is called an owner of debt, which corresponds to idolatry, which is called debt, as the Rebbe writes in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 23. That is why one should meticulously seek to avoid becoming an owner of debt, and at the least see to it that the loan will be made according to the Torah. But when the loan is done in a forbidden way, involving the prohibition of interest, then the forces of evil, which correspond to debt, to idolatry, become very attached to it. That is why it is considered as if one has denied the fundamental of faith, which corresponds to idolatry. For one must have faith that bounty comes only from God. And when one has faith that the bounty of money comes from on high, one will certainly not charge any interest, for one has already received great benefit from the borrower from their soul. Law 2. Based on the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 23, study there the entire lesson. In sum, those who fall into the lust for money are bound to the countenance of the realm of evil, the dark countenance, idolatry. For all idolatries are rooted in money, as in, "You shall eat it with sadness," Genesis 3:17, sadness and melancholy, which is black bile, whereas, on the other hand, whoever conducts their business dealing with faith is bound to the shining countenance, corresponding to life, to truth. Also stated there is, that one who is sunk in the lust for money is always a debtor, for idolatry is called a debt, which tips the scales to the side of debt. Study there well. Section 1. This corresponds to the prohibition of charging interest on loans. A person who needs to borrow money should evoke great compassion to rescue them so that they do not become a debtor, for debt corresponds to idolatry, as said. This is, when you lend money to my people, to the poor one among you, do not act toward him as a creditor. Exodus 22:24. For one should do loving kindness toward a loaner and not burden him in any way, so that the loaner will not be considered a debtor, for debt corresponds to idolatry. The verse continues, "Do not impose interest upon him, for it is forbidden to charge interest for a loan, forbidden to treat him harshly and exact interest for the debt, but rather treat him with loving kindness, to actually bestow him a gift. For one who needs a loan needs to be given loving kindness in order to evoke loving kindness upon him, in order to ameliorate from him the judgment, so that he will not be called a debtor, so that the realm of evil, corresponding to idolatry, will not be able to draw nourishment from this debt. Such loving kindness is even greater than charity. Sukkah 49b. For such an act of loving kindness, granting a free loan, is literally charity. Since the essence of charity is to ameliorate judgment from the poor person, since the poor person is in the category of judgment, which corresponds to tzedek, meaning justice, Zohar, Part 2, 62a, and through the loving kindness that one does for him, by giving him of one's money, the tzedek becomes tzedakah, meaning charity, ameliorating the poverty, which corresponds to judgment, through the loving kindness that one bestows. This itself corresponds to a free loan, which is called loving kindness. For this person who needs to borrow money correspond to judgment, to debt, from which idolatry, which corresponds to debt, draws nourishment. That is why we must bestow them loving kindness, and through that loving kindness that one does for them, one thereby ameliorates the judgment so that they will not be called a debtor, so that debt and idolatry will not draw nourishment from them. Bestowing loving kindness is therefore greater than charity, for a poor person who must receive gifts is not as susceptible to judgment as the borrower who must borrow money, for debt corresponds to complete liability and judgment, from which idolatry, which corresponds to debt, is nourished. Thus, one who does loving kindness with this person and lends them money as a free loan and does not burden them at all as a creditor, this loan is not called a debt at all, but an act of loving kindness, doing for them greater loving kindness than charity. For a borrower needs more amelioration and loving kindness than the poor person. This is why the Torah called the borrower a poor one, as written, "When you loan money to my people, to a poor one," for they are literally a poor one, needing greater loving kindness in order to ameliorate the debt. So, loving kindness is therefore greater than charity. This is true loving kindness, in that one does not anticipate any reward. Rashi, Genesis 47:29, for the lender is forbidden from receiving any payment or favor from the borrower for the loan because of the prohibition of usury. Yoreh Day'ah 160. Hence, the lender is doing true loving kindness with the borrower, not expecting any reward, for indeed, the lender should do specifically true loving kindness, with him shining into him truth, which corresponds to life, to the light of the countenance, as explained in the lesson, in order to rescue the borrower from debt, from idolatry, sadness, dark countenance, which correspond to falsehood, to death. That is why we must do for them true loving kindness, to ameliorate them with loving kindness, which corresponds to truth, which is the shining countenance, life. That is why it is forbidden to receive any interest from the borrower, for no profit or benefit may be received from the debt, since the debt corresponds to idolatry, from which we must not receive any profit or benefit, since the foreign god is sterile and fruitless, as the Rebbe cites in the lesson. Hence, there is no profit or benefit in debt. So, one who seeks to earn profit and benefit from a debt thereby blemishes in the prohibition of idolatry, as if one were thereby honoring idols, as if they can provide benefit, whereas in fact there is no benefit from them at all. Therefore, one who does take interest from a loan will ultimately lose everything. As our sages said, one who lends for interest will see his wealth collapse. Bava Metzia 71a. For this corresponds to false sayings, which corresponds to the lust for money, which is complete falsehood. In that one seems to earn something, but ultimately loses everything. For it is all a delusion, since the foreign god is sterile and fruitless. There cannot be real benefit from a debt. Only one deludes oneself into seeking to receive benefit from it, as if idolatry brings any benefit. That is why one thereby blemishes the blemish of idolatry, which is the severe prohibition of lending money for interest, which is indeed very severe, for it corresponds literally to idolatry. This is why our sages said that one who lends money for interest is tantamount to denying the entire Torah there, for it corresponds to idolatry, and whoever accepts it is tantamount to denying the entire Torah. Sifri Ray 2. For it is tantamount to acknowledging actual idolatry, tantamount to acknowledging that idolatry brings benefit, since one seeks to receive benefit from the debt, which corresponds to idolatry. This is why the prohibition of usury is called neshech, meaning biting, for it corresponds to the biting of a snake, since having to pay interest is like the bite of a snake. Rashi, Exodus 22:24. Literally, the biting of a snake, as in, the snake's food is dust. Isaiah 65:25. As in, you shall eat dust all the days of your life. Genesis 3:14. Dust corresponding to sadness, to the dark countenance, as the Rebbe writes in the lesson. That is the essence of the bite of the snake, you shall eat dust, which corresponds to the lust for money, to the prohibition of charging interest, to idolatry. Study the end of the lesson well. Section 2. This corresponds to stipulated usury and usury dust. Bava Metzia 61b. This corresponds to biting, to the bite of the snake, who was cursed with, you shall walk on your belly and eat dust. Genesis 3:14. Since its legs were cut off. Rashi. This corresponds to Ribit Ketsutsa, meaning stipulated usury, corresponding to the snake's legs that were cut off, as in, falsehood has no legs. Otiot of Rabbi Akiva, as in, falsehood cannot stand. Shabbat 104a. For indeed, there is no financial benefit to be derived from the lust for money, from idolatry, as said. This corresponds to falsehood has no feet, for money corresponds to feet, as written, the wealth at their feet. Deuteronomy 11:6, which is a person's money that stands them on their feet. Pesakim 119a. And when one is sunk in the lust for money, one is bound to idolatry, which corresponds to falsehood that has no feet, for it provides no monetary profit, which corresponds to feet, since the foreign god is sterile and fruitless. This corresponds to the prohibition of usury, in which it seems that one will profit, but ultimately one loses everything, for falsehood cannot stand, since it has no feet, for the feet that it had were cut off, which corresponds to Ribit Ketsutsa, meaning stipulated usury, to the filth of the serpent, which also corresponds to usury, dust, as in, you shall eat dust. This corresponds to what is written about usury, so that your brother will live among you. Leviticus 25:36. We are obligated to sustain him, which means to evoke upon him life and the light of the countenance, which corresponds to loving kindness, to true loving kindness. As said, that is why it is permissible to loan an apostate for interest, for we are not obligated to sustain him. Yoreh Day'ah 159. Since the ultimate loving kindness is to ameliorate and rescue someone from apostasy, which corresponds to the lust for money, to debt, as in, he banished an enemy from before you and declared, destroy, Deuteronomy 33:27, as explained in the lesson. But through the loving kindness that the lender does with the borrower, he thereby evokes loving kindness, life, the light of the countenance, and rescues that person from apostasy, which corresponds to debt, to idolatry. That is why we are not obligated to sustain an apostate who has already uprooted themselves from life and bound themselves to idolatry, to evoke upon him life and the light of the countenance, and why we are permitted to lend him for interest. For the essence of the prohibition of usury is to banish from the loan any debt, which is idolatry, corresponding to falsehood, as in, you shall not act toward him as a creditor. Do not impose interest upon him, so that it will not be called a debt, but only an act of loving kindness, as in, so that your brother will live, evoking upon him life and the light of the countenance, as in the countenance of the king is life. Proverbs 22:24. Laws of idolatrous practices in Laws of Purim. Law 4, based on the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 33. Law 3, based on the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 23. There is a shining countenance, corresponding to joy, to life, and there is a dark countenance, corresponding to death, to sadness. Those who are sunk in the lust for money and do not have faith that God is able to provide for the human being through minimal cause, those people are bound to the countenance of the realm of evil, which is idolatry. However, through the rectification of the Holy Covenant, one is rescued from the countenance of the realm of evil, from the blemish of lust for money, and becomes bound to godliness, as in, I behold God from my flesh, Job 19:26. For it is impossible to behold godliness other than through the rectification of the Holy Covenant. Study all this there well. Study there also what is written about those who are bound to the countenance of the realm of evil, to the lust for money, are always in debt. As we see that this burden is always hanging from the necks of those who are not satisfied with the money they have and borrow from others, risking what they have in order to earn much more, and debt is called idolatry, and all those who approach it become chronic debtors. Study all this there well. Section 1. This corresponds to the very severe prohibition of taking interest for a loan. The holy Jewish people are in fact bound to the 70 shining countenances, which are the 70 souls of the house of Jacob, whereas the Gentiles are the 70 nations and are bound to the 70 dark countenances, which is idolatry, death, darkness. Hence, the Jewish people at their root are completely distant from the lust for money, which is idolatry, which is why at their root they are distant from loans and debts. As written, you will lend to many nations, but you will not borrow. Deuteronomy 28:12 and 15:6. For debts and loans are the essence of the lust for money, which is idolatry. As can be understood from the end of the lesson, since idolatry is called debt, and all those who have become accustomed to it are always in debt. This is because the lust for money is caused by one's lack of faith and trust in God, that He is able to provide one's sustenance through minimal cause, without effort, on account of which one constantly runs around after one's sustenance with great toil and is filled with sadness, worries, and melancholy, borrowing money profusely from others since one lacks the faith that God will provide for them at the right time, without toil and through minimal cause. All this comes about and is dependent upon time. God is beyond time and space, and the Jewish people were first to rise into his thought. Genesis Rabbah 1:4. And since God, the Torah, and the Jewish people are one, Zohar, Part 3, 73a. Therefore the Jewish people are therefore also beyond time, and the entire service of the Jewish people in this material world, which is in time and space, is only so that they will be able to elevate and bind space and time to beyond time and space. In other words, to elevate and bind and merge the entire creation to before creation. The foundation of faith is as written, all your commandments are faith. Psalms 119:86. For through the faith that we have in God, that he created everything with his will, and all time and space come from him, from beyond time and space. Through that we elevate and bind space and time to beyond time and space. And then the entire creation is beyond time and space, which corresponds to providence. This corresponds to trust, for sadness and worries about sustenance come from one's lack of trust in God, and the blemish of lack of trust comes only from time and space, since in fact God always bestows bountifully without a moment's pause, only that when the bounty enters into this material world, which is in space and time, this bounty must inevitably become clothed and limited by space and time, which is why the bounty of sustenance and wealth only arrives in a certain place and at a certain time. As we see empirically for ourselves, there are times when one earns money and times when not, and the same with space. One earns money in this place, but not in another. This is the main cause of the worry over sustenance, since sometimes the bounty of one's sustenance is delayed, so one begins to worry what they will eat tomorrow, on account of which they pursue their sustenance with great toil, but ultimately not attaining it anyway outside of the right time and place. And if one would have authentic intelligence and have faith in God that everything comes from him, only that we sometimes have to wait for the right time and place, one would not pursue one's sustenance so greatly, for God will provide one with one's sustenance at the right time with minimal cause. All this comes about and is dependent upon time. God is beyond time and space, and the Jewish people were first to rise into his thought. Genesis Rabbah 1:4. And since God, the Torah, and the Jewish people are one, Zohar Part 3, 73a. Therefore, the Jewish people are therefore also beyond time. And the entire service of the Jewish people in this material world, which is in time and space, is only so that they will be able to elevate and bind space and time to beyond time and space. In other words, to elevate and bind and merge the entire creation to before creation. The foundation of faith is as written, all your commandments are faith. Psalms 119:86. For through the faith that we have in God, that he created everything with his will, and all time and space come from him, from beyond time and space. Through that, we elevate and bind space and time to beyond time and space. And then the entire creation is beyond time and space, which corresponds to providence. This corresponds to trust, for sadness and worries about sustenance come from one's lack of trust in God, and the blemish of lack of trust comes only from time and space. Since in fact God always bestows bountifully without a moment's pause, only that when the bounty enters into this material world, which is in space and time, this bounty must inevitably become clothed and limited by space and time, which is why the bounty of sustenance and wealth only arrives in a certain place and at a certain time. As we see empirically for ourselves, there are times when one earns money and times when not, and the same with space. One earns money in this place, but not in another. This is the main cause of the worry over sustenance, since sometimes the bounty of one's sustenance is delayed, So one begins to worry what they will eat tomorrow, on account of which they pursue their sustenance with great toil, but ultimately not attaining it anyway outside of the right time and place. And if one would have authentic intelligence and have faith in God, that everything comes from Him, only that we sometimes have to wait for the right time and place, one would not pursue one's sustenance so greatly. For God will provide one with one's sustenance at the right time with minimal cause. But one must inevitably do some minor act for sustenance. As our sages said on the verse, I will bless you with all that you will do. Deuteronomy 15:18. Since it is impossible to channel anything into this world other than through vessels, thus we must inevitably involve ourselves in some profession or business dealing, for through that we prepare vessels and conduits to receive the bounty. But the truth remains that this endeavor is not the ultimate cause, which is ultimately only from God through His providence, since a human being cannot know from what he will earn a profit. Pesachim 54b. That is why one must not try to hasten things, to pursue sustenance with great toils, as if sustenance was only dependent upon that. Furthermore, this will even cause a diminishing of one's sustenance, since whoever presses the hour presses them back. Brachot 64a. This is because there is no need for one to involve oneself in business dealings or a profession beyond the minimal obligation of doing so with faith in order to thereby prepare a vessel and conduit for the bounty. And whatever one does for this is sufficient. This is, I will bless you in all that you will do, no matter how little and minor is. Whatever you will do, God will bless you. As we see for ourselves, how most people frequently run around and intensely pursue their sustenance for a while and do not succeed in earning any profit, receiving nothing for their toil. But then God has compassion on them and provides them with sustenance, sometimes even with great wealth through a very minimal cause, which can almost not be attributed to any natural cause of events. The world is filled with such stories that are very common. Almost everyone dealing in business can attest to this. So if one would have the intelligence and would have relied upon God from the beginning and not worried at all, one would not have had to exert all that effort in vain. For when the right time would have come, God would have provided them with the sustenance through a minimal cause. And not only does one not earn anything by one's worry and sadness and enormous toil, but one, in fact, forfeits a lot of bounty. This is because the bounty of sustenance comes from on high, from beyond time and space. Only that in this world, the sustenance must become clothed in space and time, on account of which we must involve ourselves in some profession or business dealing for a livelihood in order to prepare a vessel in which the bounty can take form in this world. That is why when one has faith that everything comes from on high, time and space become bound to beyond time and space, and then one will have bountiful sustenance, for one is bound to the root of bounty that comes from on high through one's faith and trust in God. But when one pursues after one's sustenance with great toils, one becomes more bound to space and time, thereby separating time and space from beyond time and space, on account of which one becomes distant from the root of bounty, which is why it is then difficult for one to find one's sustenance. And even when one then does obtain a bit of sustenance, it will inevitably come only through very great toil, for one has entered even further into the constriction, into space and time, by pursuing one's sustenance with greater toil. That is why one's toil will indeed only come with greater toil, through space and time. This is, whoever presses the hour presses them back, and whoever gives way to the hour gives way to them. Brachot 64a. The more that one is drawn into time and presses the hour, the more that one becomes attached and bound to time and place, and becomes distant from beyond time and place, on account of which one becomes distant from the root of bounty. That is why the hour presses them back, specifically the hour, since one has become more bound to the hour and to time, so one is therefore more pressed for sustenance. Since one's sustenance has become distanced to a later time, a further place, because of one's pursuing place and time, so one's sustenance therefore becomes more limited to place and time, meaning to much greater toils in further places taking much longer time. But one who gives way to the hour and has faith that everything is from God, and that when one's time will come, one's sustenance will automatically come through minimal cause, then one is more bound to beyond time and space, and then time gives way to them, for one thereby attains a minimalization of time and space, and God sends them their sustenance in minimal time and at a nearby place. For one is near and bound to beyond place and time, and therefore one does not need great toils for sustenance, since sustenance ultimately comes from beyond space and time. So if one has very firm trust, one would not need to do anything at all for sustenance. For the only reason why one has to do the minimal effort for sustenance is in order to prepare a conduit and vessel to receive the bounty that descends from on high. And when one has firm trust, one makes that vessel and conduit with the trust itself. For through the trust, one makes a vessel to receive the bounty, as the Rebbe writes elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 76. Hence, the blemish of the lust for money, which is idolatry, is only within time and space, which is why the ultimate blemish of the lust for money is debts and loans, as alluded to at the end of the lesson regarding those who borrow money and die as debtors. This is because all debts and loans are very connected to time, in that one borrows today to pay at a later date, for beyond time there can be no loan. That is why the Torah warns, "When you lend money to my people, to the poor one among you, do not act toward him as a creditor." Exodus 22:24. For we are obligated to have compassion on a Jewish person who has been forced to borrow, and not act toward them as a creditor, but to elevate them from borrower and debtor, since the Jewish people are beyond time, and at their root are completely distant from debts and loans. Only that in the intensity of the exile, in which, due to our many sins, the bounty is channeled to the Gentiles, while the Jewish people only receive from the leftovers. Zohar, Part 2, 152b. A Jewish person is therefore sometimes forced to borrow, but we must have compassion on them and elevate them from borrowing and incurring debt, treating them as if they have not borrowed at all. As our sages have said about how much we should endeavor to avoid even meeting them in the street, so as not to cause them to feel that we are pressuring them to pay up the debt. Bava Metzia, 75b. This is because, since we have faith that God is beyond time and that bounty comes entirely from Him, the bounty that will come later is already ready and waiting even now. Only that we must be patient that it will come at its right time. As written, "The eyes of all are to you, and you provide them with their food at its right time." Psalms 145:15. So that what one is now lending another is not really a loan at all, but only an exchange. Exchanging the other person's bounty that will come to them at a later date with the bounty that has come to one already now. So one is not actually lending them anything at all, which is why the Torah warned, "Do not act toward him as a creditor." This corresponds to the great severity of the prohibition of usury, as written, "Do not act toward him as a creditor. Do not impose interest upon him." When one seeks to take interest from another person, that is the greatest lust for money, which is literally idolatry. For one is taking payment for the time that one's money will be in another's hands, which is the essence of the blemish of idolatry of the lust for money, in that one is attributing everything to time and lacks the faith that the bounty descends from on high, from beyond time. For if one has faith in that, then this is not a loan at all. And as soon as one takes interest for the time that one's money is in the other's hands, one is immediately separating and uprooting the bounty from the root, from beyond time, and binding it to idolatry, to darkness, to death, which is within time. This is, "Do not take from him interest or usury, so that your brother will live with you." Leviticus 25, 36. Specifically, live. For we must break the lust for money, which corresponds to loans, to usury, which corresponds to idolatry, darkness, death, but to have faith in God, that all bounty is from Him, and whatever profit one would have been able to earn from the money that one is lending to another, God will send double-fold from elsewhere. For, get, one who has mercy on a pauper is as if lending to God. Proverbs 19:17. And faith is the light of the countenance, corresponding to life. That is, so that your brother will live with you, specifically live. Laws of usury. Law 4 is included in laws of idolatry. Law 3, paragraph 7. Blessed is God. Elul 5595, Nemirov. I began this notebook beginning with laws of usury, Law 5, during the time that I had been chased out of my home in Breslov on account of false accusations laid by the opposers. But God did not forsake His loving kindness for me and supported me with compassion, helping me in my time of distress. So I was able, even while being banished and pursued and having to keep moving around, as well known, to reach novel insights even then that God, in His loving kindness, had opened my eyes to see. To find wonders in the laws of the Holy Torah, based upon the amazing ways of the awesome principles and immeasurably awesome and wondrous novel teachings that I received from the Rebbe. So now, how can I repay God? What can I give Him? All my bones call out, God, who is like you? You have rescued a pursued pauper like myself from those stronger than himself, all through the great power of the elders of holiness. Go see the greatness of your Master. But God's loving kindness has not ceased, and now I have been able, in His amazing loving kindness, to return to my home in Breslov this year between Yom Kippur and Sukkot, 5599. Who can tell of God's might and His enormous wonders that He has done with us, and more so with myself, since the day that I was privileged to come close to the Rebbe's holy light? But what we and I have been through during these 4 years, from Sukkot 5595 until Sukkot 5599, nothing would be sufficient to explain and tell all we have endured every single day during these years, collectively and individually, each and every one of us. They sought to swallow us alive. Blessed is God who did not deliver us as prey to their teeth. So may God increase His loving kindness and truth to save us forever in this world and the next. Do not abandon us when we are aged and hoary, until I will tell of your might to another generation of the amazing greatness and truth of the Rebbe's holy Torah that can teach any person in the world true intelligence. May the verse be fulfilled. Truth will sprout forth from the earth. A tongue of truth will endure forever, for God is true forever. A preliminary draft laws of usury. Based on what is stated in the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 179, that dispute can be dissolved through fasting, which corresponds to charity. For the essence of free choice comes about through differentiations, by the power of falsehood that came into existence after creation. But this power comes about only through the proliferation of human beings. When there are many different desires, for each human being's opinion is different than the others. Brachot 58a. That is why the power of the inclination for evil came about when Eve was created, and there were 2 human beings. Rashi, Ecclesiastes 7:29, for the inclination for evil whose power is from falsehood, since its ultimate root is from multiplicity, is powerless before the human being who was created in the image of God, unless there is another human being in whom it can take form. As the Rebbe writes, that the inclination for evil is essentially powerless to obstruct a human being, Sichot Haran 80, and that human beings are the greatest obstacle, there 81. That is why the power of the inclination for evil only began when Eve was created, who was a human being, thus making two human beings in the world. All this came about through Eve being created through sleep and slumber, which corresponds to the departing of intelligence, from which all doubts and differentiations and differences arise, as well as all differences of opinions, which is the root of all dispute in the world and the cause of all time to come into being, as the Rebbe writes elsewhere about time coming from the lack of intelligence, corresponding to sleep, Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 61. Study there. This is because differentiations are in human beings, in place and in time, as we see for ourselves the many different opinions between human beings as well as between one day and the next. For no day is comparable to any other, as explained in the Etz Chaim 1:5. See also laws of meat and milk 4. Similarly, places are different from one another regarding the growth of fruits, the types of metals, and other differences between them. For every place stands beneath a specific star and beneath a different level of the celestial orbits. And all these differentiations give rise to free choice. For these differentiations give rise to the difference between good and evil, which is truth and falsehood, from which free choice arises. And poverty comes from the power of evil that arises from these differentiations, which causes the withholding of bounty, which causes poverty, but on account of the flame of the revolving sword that came into existence on account of Adam's sin, things were overturned such that the bounty is now usually channeled to the outside, while the upright Jewish people and the tzaddikim bear poverty, as in, "He was wounded by our transgressions," Isaiah 53:5. But the ultimate root of poverty is from these differentiations, from which arises the power of evil and falsehood, from which free choice becomes possible. This corresponds to the greatness of the mitzvah of charity, which is equal to the entire Torah, Bava Batra 9a, and the entire Torah is called charity. As written, "We will have charity if we observe," Deuteronomy 6:25. For through the charity that the wealthy one bestows, the poor one, he thereby dispels poverty that comes from evil that is attached to the differentiations. That is why whoever increases charity increases peace, Avot 2:7, and why peace is the most important thing. For God found no vessel able to contain blessing other than peace, Uktzin 3:12, and why the greatest power of the inclination for evil is through dispute, from which arise all heresies, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 62. While on the other hand, through peace, we are able to bring the entire world to God's service, there, 27, which is brought about through charity. For it is the human being who must give charity, since God could certainly bestow the poor one by himself, but the entire creation was for the purpose of free choice, and the ultimate free choice is the human being's God-given ability to withhold or to channel bounty, for God's delight is that bounty should flow, which is the rectification of all the commandments, whereas the opposite is true of the blemish of all sins. That is why the reward for the commandments is limitless, for the more bounty that is bestowed to a person, the more God delights and bestows more and more, which is why no eye has seen, Isaiah 64:3, which is why indeed everything is from God, as written, "Who preceded me, that I should pay him?" Job 41:3, and "From you is everything, and from your hand we give to you," 1 Chronicles 29:14. But the main thing is desire to subdue and surrender one's different desire from that of the poor, one upon whom poverty has befallen, on account of the different desires. As said, this is the rectification of the entire Torah, which is essentially to fulfill God's will. As our sages said, "It is pleasing to me that I have spoken, and my will has been done." Sifri, Pinchas. For indeed, the human being actually does nothing, since one who comes to purify themselves will be helped. Shabbat 104a. And the main thing is the desire, as stated elsewhere regarding the very enormous greatness of holy desire, Sichot Haran 51, which ultimately means completely surrendering one's own desires before God's will, which is attained through charity, which corresponds to a fast. This is because the very existence of human free choice to have any desire that opposes God's will is an amazing wonder how it is even possible. But this is the awesome wonder of free choice, the greatest wonder of the entire works of creation that God created, formed, and made on high and below. This power of free choice comes from those differentiations which devolve to the extent that the human being can have a desire that opposes God's will, which gives rise to the possibility of poverty. That is why, when one gives charity and dispels poverty, and as our sages said, so that you should become wealthy, Ta'anit 9b, and as written, let them test me, if I will not open up, Malachi 3:10, for charity corresponds to good desire, corresponding to a benevolent heart, which is why we are warned regarding charity. Do not feel sorry for yourself when you give him, Deuteronomy 15:10. For charity must be given with a good desire and with joy. One thereby dispels the differentiations, which is the ultimate fulfillment of the Torah. And acts of kindness are even greater than charity, for acts of kindness are to the poor as well as the wealthy, since charity requires only to give what the other is lacking, because we are not obligated in enrich the poor person, Ketubot 67b, whereas acts of kindness and loans supports the recipient and may also enrich them. And the act of kindness that one does with a loan is in the lender's waiting for the borrower a period of time until they will be able to pay up. For that is the essence of the dispelling the differentiations that are dependent upon time, since the truth is that there is no time at all, only that we are unable to understand this, so that there will be free choice through the differentiations of time. The entire Torah and commandments are about having faith in the dispelling of time when the world will be renewed and we will be beyond time, which we will attain by having faith in God and fulfilling the Torah and commandments that are to be fulfilled today within time, and having faith in God to wait until tomorrow for the reward, which is the world of the future, the world beyond time. That is the essence of the charity, besides its being as if lending to God. As written, one who has mercy on the needy one is lending God, Proverbs 19:17. And this essentially means waiting for God. For certainly if a person would see with their own eyes that through the single dollar that one gives to a poor man, a bounty of $25,000 is immediately set up to be channeled to them, what fool would not run with all their might to give charity? But in that case, it would no longer be charity, but only exchanging a single silver dollar for many thousands of gold coins. Does not one toil and do business just for the possibility of earning 10% profit and something one even suffers a loss? So who would be a fool not to race into such a business deal? So if this would be self-evident, there would be no free choice at all, which is why free choice is ultimately dependent upon waiting and concealment, that is, because people's eyes are closed and they do not see that there is an immediate bounty made ready many-fold over for the wealthy person who gives charity, but this process must be tarried according to each specific situation, which allows for free choice. But the human being was created to break free choice and to surrender one's own desire and to give charity, to do an act of kindness, to offer a free loan, having faith in God and waiting for one's reward to come. Hence, the main thing is waiting, and the power to wait for all things and to yearn for God, that He will not withhold the reward of any creature, comes by surrendering one's foolishness and having faith in beyond time. For any intelligent person should understand on their own that one should have faith in this, as the Rebbe explained in the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 61. That is why the Torah forbade taking interest for a loan, and it is a very severe sin, since by desiring to take interest, which is the payment for waiting for one's money that one has lent, and which is not otherwise earning profit during the time of the loan, this corresponds to blemishing in the entire Torah. This is because the truth is that there is no time at all, and the illusion of time is tied to the lust for money, which corresponds to foolishness, as in, the heart of a fool is to the left, Ecclesiastes 10:2, which corresponds to money, which is on the left side, as written, wealth on its left. Proverbs 3:16, and whoever seeks to become wealthy should turn to the north. Bava Batra 25b. See also Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 69. Thus, the ultimate rectification is in that by breaking the lust for money, which is mainly accomplished through charity, and free loans, which is achieved through dispelling time by having faith in God and waiting. That is why the cruel lender, who does not want to wait and pressures the borrower, even demanding interest, which is the payment for waiting, blemishes greatly in the entire Torah that is dependent upon waiting. As in, today to do them, for waiting corresponds to the dispelling of time, through which all differentiations are dissolved, as said. That is why our sages said that one who takes interest for a loan is denying the entire Torah, Bava Metzia 71a, and as if one is denying the exodus from Egypt, Yoreh Day'ah 160. When God overturned all the celestial systems upon which time is dependent, for there was a complete dispelling and changing of time. For the night then shined like the day on the night of redemption, Zohar, Part 2, 38a, through which the receiving of the Torah was made possible, at which time the entire people were all as one, as written, the Israelites camped there. Exodus 19:2, in the singular, as Rashi explains there, all through Moses, who was beyond time, Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 79. This is, I will arise at midnight to praise you for your righteous laws, Psalms 119:62. For the uniqueness of midnight is when there is a dispelling of sleep, which is the source of all differentiations, and through the dispelling of it is everything rectified, as said. That is why the exodus from Egypt took place at midnight, and why midnight is as propitious as a ransom which is achieved through the money given as charity to a tzaddik, an upright person, which is the ultimate rectification of charity, whereas when one gives to a wicked and blemished person, and all the more when one gives to a contentious person, one causes even greater blemish, for one reinforces the flow of bounty into the differentiations, so charity is therefore essentially to upright, righteous, and peaceful people. That is also the essence of a ransom, for through it are dispelled all troubles that come from the differentiations that arise from slumber that gave rise to the creation of the second Adam in the world, which was the woman, from whom all subsequent generations descended. And through midnight, we break sleep at the time of its peak power, at a time when intelligence is at its greatest nadir and departure, which is why midnight is as propitious as a ransom. This is why our sages said that it is difficult to ascertain the exact moment of midnight, Brachot 3b, for it is impossible to perceive, since the root of free choice is from the departing of intelligence. For it is the root of time, all of which comes from the incipience of the constriction of the vacated space, which corresponds to the departing of the mind and of intelligence, as an intelligent person can understand. All this is impossible to perceive other than by the choicest individuals of the generations, such as Moses and David. That is the meaning of what our sages said there, that David arose at midnight and studied Torah, and in the morning people would come into him and say, "Your people Israel needs sustenance." This is enigmatic. However, we can understand it based on what we have said, that midnight corresponds to charity, to the dispelling of differentiations, from which sustenance comes. That is why he answered them, "Go and sustain each other," for the essence of the rectification corresponds to oneness, charity, and peace, the dispelling of differentiations. They answered him, "The handful does not satiate the lion, for the world is already so confused on account of Adam's sin, and those of all generations, such that most of the bounty goes to the nations, which is why even during David's times, the Jewish people had difficulty supporting each other. So he answered them, "Go and loot some troops. Go, fight the nations, and take the bounty from them, and restore it to its proper place, to the upright Jewish people." This corresponds to usury being called neshech, meaning biting, as written. Any item that yishach can be taken as usury. Deuteronomy 23:20, as in, does a snake yishach bite without a hiss? Ecclesiastes 10:11, which refers to the blemish of the evil tongue, Erkin 15b. For the evil tongue is the cause of all disputes that arise from the differentiations, which is the essence of the blemish of usury. This is why we read the Torah section that contains the prohibition of usury on Pesach, which is the time of the Exodus from Egypt. Related to the Midrash, God took truth and cast it to earth. This is, whoever passes a truly honest judgment is as if he has become a co-worker with God in creation. Shabbat 10, a specifically truly honest, as our sages stressed, inferring from this the laws of a fraudulent case, Torchoshan Mishpat 99. But in this world, it is impossible to attain the truth other than through faith, which is the completion of truth, as in a helper by his side, Genesis 2:18. In sum, dispute emerges from incomplete truth, as our sages said. Truth will be splintered into groups, Sanhedrin 97a, each one claiming that they have the truth, some of whom are sincerely seeking the truth, but yet are erring. There are several levels to this, but nevertheless, the ultimate truth remains one. That is why God did not cast peace to earth, because all errors and disputes are caused by truth. This is, where are you? Who told you that you are naked? Genesis 3:9 and 11. Previously, you felt no need to be embarrassed by your nakedness, despite the much greater understanding you had then, and now that you are embarrassed that you are naked. That is why death was decreed on Adam, corresponding to, you cast truth to the earth, Daniel 8:12, through which he will be refined and arise with the resurrection, which corresponds to the angels demanding of God to allow truth to rise up from the earth, as in, truth will sprout forth from the earth. Genesis Rabbah 8:5. For the resurrection of the dead will come about through truth, which is the potion of life, as said. This corresponds to the Havdalah at the conclusion of Shabbat, specifically by differentiating between the holy and the mundane. Between the seventh day and the 6 workdays, we channel the holiness of Shabbat into the 6 weekdays. In other words, we are differentiating between the truth of Shabbat and the truth of the 6 workdays, which corresponds to the differentiation between before creation and after creation, which was created during the 6 workdays. Immediately after creation, there was already some potential for falsehood, but at that point, even after creation was still in the category of truth, yet nevertheless, there was already the potential for falsehood. That is the second level of truth alluded to above that needs to be sorted out from falsehood, as in, any falsehood that does not contain any truth at its incipience. Rashi, Numbers 13:27. At its incipience, meaning when it was still being nourished from the beginning of creation, when it was still truth, and only from there devolved the possibility for falsehood, since the truth had still not been completely sorted out. That is why the rectification is through the Havdalah, for we need to differentiate between the truth of Shabbat to the truth of the 6 weekdays, which corresponds to the differentiation between before and after creation. This itself is the Havdalah, differentiation between the authentic tzaddik and the rest of the world. Even though they too may be people of truth, their truth still needs to be refined, for the authentic tzaddik corresponds to the Shabbat of all days. Zohar, Part 2, 144b. And the ultimate rectification is specifically through the Havdalah, by knowing that there is a great difference between them. It is impossible to perceive the truth of the tzaddik with one's intelligence, but only through faith and through the truth that one does possess, one is able to strengthen oneself with full faith, which is the ultimate rectification of truth for the rest of the world, to strengthen one's full faith through the truth. This is because through and to the extent of the truth in each individual's heart, is each individual able to understand the need to become strengthened in faith, for it is impossible to understand and resolve all the questions on the authentic tzaddik, just as it is impossible to understand the questions there are on God. Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 52, as in, lest they break through to ascend to God, Exodus 19:21. This corresponds to, the curtain will separate for you, there, 26:33, and no foreigner will come near you, Numbers 18:4. For wherever there is greater holiness, a greater truth shines, but this truth cannot be grasped by a foreigner, and one must stand from afar and have faith in this truth, but not approach it to grasp and perceive it. Specifically, in this way, we channel the holiness of Shabbat into the weekdays by declaring the differentiation between them. In the same way we merge after creation with before creation, which is the merging of the totality of the 6 weekdays, during which the entire creation was created, into before creation, which corresponds to Shabbat. For the ultimate truth is when we acknowledge that we are unable to perceive the ultimate truth with our intelligence. Law 5. Regarding the very severe prohibition of usury, which our sages said is tantamount to denying the entire Torah and the Exodus from Egypt, Yoreh Day'ah 160. Section 1. The main power of the inclination for evil comes about through the profusion of differences. At root, everything is one, and there are no differences at all. And at that root, everything is good, and there is no evil or discord at all. The power of evil, from which the power of the inclination for evil arises, from which discord arises, comes only from multiplicity, on account of which there are differences, as explained in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 51. Study well what is written there. Prior to creation, everything was one, which corresponds to entirely good, entirely holy. But as soon as creation came from potential to actualization, and there became two, which is before creation and after creation, the root of the emergence of falsehood came into existence, even though, at that time, there was still no evil or falsehood at all. But since there were now two categories, the possibility was now immediately there, from which falsehood, which is evil, defilement, from which the entire power of the inclination for evil, from which all discord could arise. For within one, there is no possibility for discord, from which the power of free choice arises. But even after creation, though there was already the root of the power of falsehood, which is evil, from which the power of free choice arises, for it is the root of the inclination for evil, nevertheless, everything was in very great hiddenness, and falsehood, which is the inclination for evil, still had no power to actualize its falsehood from potential until the differences became very profuse. And creation was essentially only for the human being, for everything was created only for the human being, since only the human being possesses free choice, since there is no other creature in the world that possesses free choice other than the human being. An angel is holy and pure and has no free choice, while on the other hand, animals and beasts that lack intelligence and are very gross also have no free choice. So free choice is possessed only by the human being, which is why everything was created for the human being. For free choice is the greatest novelty and wonder among all the works of creation, as explained in the literature. So since free choice is possessed by the human being, for whom everything was created, and free choice is made possible through the existence of the inclination for good and the inclination for evil, therefore, the inclination for evil had no power to reveal its falsehood to seduce and mislead the human being until there was a proliferation of human beings and differences among them, which began as soon as there were two. This was when Eve was created, and there were then two, at which point there were two opinions, specifically when the inclination for evil was able to seduce, for its power is from proliferation and the differences of opinion, specifically when there is a multiplicity of human beings who possess free choice. This is as written, God made the human beings straightforward, but they sought many calculations, Ecclesiastes 7:29, as Rashi explains there, that as soon as there were two, which is the plural, these two then sought many calculations to veer away from God, sinning against him with the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Indeed, the human soul is very great and exalted, and the inclination for evil, with all of its tactics, would have been powerless to cause the human being to sin without its first having embodied itself in the woman, whose mind is more easily swayed, and who then seduced the man. The woman was taken through slumber and sleep, which corresponds to the departing of intelligence, from which the strictures of time arise. For with authentic intelligence, it is perceived that there is no time at all. As the Rebbe writes elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 61, and differences arise from time, in which all differences take place, as we recite in prayers. With understanding, he changes the seasons and exchanges the times. We see empirically all the many changes that take place through time, such as cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night, and the many differences within one single day, as we have cited elsewhere, about no day resembling any other, and no moment resembling any other. Etz Chaim 1:5, Laws of Meat and Milk 4. That is the cause of all events that a human being experiences and everything that happens to them, for God conducts the world with his compassion and loving kindness, alternating the seasons with his understanding and changing the times, on account of which all events in the world, but better or worse, take place, as well as each individual human being experiencing whatever they experience, according to God's providence. Similarly, each individual's opinion differs from another's, according to each one's nature and root, and according to their personal life experiences. But the main thing is free choice, since each individual must focus their mind every day, all the time, and every hour, no matter what they are experiencing, to have true faith that everything is for their good, since everything is indeed allusions from God to bring the person back to him. Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 54. Whoever in fact focuses their mind to God, and in whatever situation they find themselves, they bind themselves to God and bring themselves closer to him, in the good and the bad times, as written, I praise Hashem, I praise Elohim, Psalms 56:11, and I always yearn, there, 71:14. That person dissolves all power of the inclination for evil and the forces of evil that are connected with differences, for that person merges all differences into God, where everything is one. So if all human beings would conduct themselves in this way, merging everything into one, everything would then be love and peace and oneness, and the world would reach the ultimate complete rectification. For this is the most precious thing of all, as written, love your neighbor as yourself, Leviticus 19:18, regarding which Rabbi Akiva said, this is the fundamental principle of the entire Torah, Torat Kohanim. Indeed, though each individual human being's opinion is different than any other's, Brachot 58a, nevertheless, each individual must love the other as themselves, knowing that everything is one, for all different actions come from the simple oneness. Yet God created each individual with a unique mind, specifically so that each one, with their unique opinions, would merge with the other, rather than fall into jealousy, animosity, strife, and so forth on account of their different opinions, but love each other and fulfill the Torah and commandments together as one. That is the most precious thing for God, when different actions merge into the single oneness, Likutey Moharan, Part 2:2. But on account of the many differences, the inclination for evil is able to take hold, to the extent that it seduces the human being, the incipience of which came about with the creation of Eve. when there became two human beings, since Eve was taken during slumber, the departing of intelligence, to which time is most attached, as said, from which arise all differences, as said, which is why the inclination for evil was able to seduce her. Then, as soon as it had seduced her, it had the power specifically through her to seduce Adam himself, even though he was at a very exalted level and would have been completely unseducible to transgress God's word and eat of the tree of knowledge. But through Eve, it was able to cause him to sin. The same in every single generation, for all generations subsequently descended from Eve, and the more that human beings proliferated, the more power the inclination for evil accrued to lead them to sin, even the greatest among them. But ultimately, it is only through other human beings, by becoming embodied in human beings, who would otherwise not be so powerful to cause others to sin. Yet through them, it was able to cause even the greatest ones to sin, as the Rebbe said that human beings are the greatest obstacles of all. Sichot Haran 81. And that the human being has greater power to cause others to sin than the inclination for evil. There, 80. Thus, the entire power of the inclination for evil comes through dispute. Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 62. As our sages said about the great power of dispute that caused the destruction of the temple, Yoma 9b, and which still delays our returning to our land. Section 2. This corresponds to the great importance of charity and loving kindness, which are equivalent to the entire Torah, Bava Batra 9a. For through charity we increase peace and love. As our sages said, one who increases charity increases peace. Avot 2:7. This is because charity is done with one's money, taking one's money, and giving it to one's needy fellow human being, through which one greatly increases love and peace and dissolves the power of the realm of evil that arises from differences, such that everything merges into one, which is the most precious of all. For money corresponds to a lack of intelligence, since money comes from the left, from the north, as written, gold comes from the north. Job 37:22. And as our sages said, one who desires to become wealthy should pray facing the north. Bava Batra 25b, from which direction comes foolishness, which is a lack of intelligence, as in, the heart of a fool is to the left. Ecclesiastes 10:2. See also Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 69. That is why the main battle to overcome the power of the inclination for evil that is attached to the differences that arise from time and correspond to slumber, to the departing of intelligence, which is the source of money, revolves around money. That is why most disputes are caused by money, as written, for a loaf of bread a man would sin. Proverbs 28:21. As we can see for ourselves. That is why special effort is required when dealing with money, to dissolve time and to know and have faith that there is no time at all, at which point one is spared from the lust for money and from the worry and concern regarding sustenance. That is because the worry regarding sustenance, which gives rise to the lust for money, is caused by time, by thinking about the next day, worrying about how one will provide for oneself in the future. For most people, have what to eat on any single day. And though there are individuals who are in very difficult times and don't even have what to eat for the day, nevertheless, if you look closer, you will see that most of the worries of each individual is for the next day, for the future, since one can bear going without food for one day, and one's worry is only that tomorrow will also be the same, especially since most people have sufficient food for the day. Many even have enough money and wealth to provide for themselves for a month, a year, or even more, and their worry is only what will they do when their money is all used up in a distant future, since money comes from a lack of intelligence, to which time is attached, from which all differences arise, as said. That is why we must endeavor to bind our minds to the truth, to have faith, and to understand that in fact there is no time at all. for time flies by very quickly, since all our days are nothing more than a mist. And all time comes only from beyond time for the sake of free choice, only that it is impossible to understand this. But the fact is that there is no time at all. Through this, one will have the strength to constantly wait for God's salvation and not concern one's mind with the worry of sustenance and money, but rather accustom oneself to always says, "Blessed is God day by day." Psalms 68:20. As our sages said, whoever worries about the next day lacks faith, for he who created day created its sustenance. Midrash Tanchuma, Beshalach 20. Section 3. Hence, the differences that arise from time, from which the inclination for evil draws its power, are mainly attached to money. That is why the charitable person who takes his money and gives it to his needy fellow human being thereby greatly dispels those differences and merges into one. Since one has dissolved the difference between oneself and the needy one, rather than scorning him or pursuing him on account of their differences of mind, but on the contrary, has compassion on him and gives him of his own money to which the differences are attached, thereby greatly dissolving the differences. Through that, one dispels the attachment of evil, which is the inclination for evil, and merges into one, in which there are no differences. That is the ultimate purpose of the entire Torah and the commandments, to merge into one, to dissolve time and all differences that are dependent upon time, and to merge into beyond time, in which everything is one, which corresponds to the ultimate goal of the world of the future. That is why charity is very great and is the equivalent of the entire Torah, and why the entire Torah is called after charity. As written, "We will have charity," Deuteronomy 6:25. For that is the fundamental principle of the entire Torah, to dissolve all differences from which the inclination for evil draws its power, and to merge into one, which is attained through charity. That is why charity protects from sins, as the Rebbe writes elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 116, and atones for all sins, as written, "Redeem your sin with charity," Daniel 4:24. For charity dissolves the grip of the inclination for evil, which is the cause of all sins. For every individual's mind is different from any other's, especially that of the wealthy from that of the poor, since poverty itself is caused by the differences from which evil draws its power, which causes poverty, as in, "You will eat of it with sadness," Genesis 3:17, which was caused by the eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, from which all differences and all confusions arose, as in, "The flame of the revolving sword," there, verse 24. That is why poverty revolves around the world in a cycle, such that poverty is usually borne by the upright and the righteous, whereas wealth is usually held by the wicked and not upright. However, poverty ultimately comes from the evil that arises from the differences, on account of which the bounty is withheld. For this reason, the mind of the wealthy, who have great bounty, is very different from the mind of the pauper whose home is empty, such that many wealthy people loathe the poor and even pursue them, as written, "All the pauper's brothers loathe him," Proverbs 19:7, and "He pursued a poor and needy one," Psalms 109:16. This is caused by the many differences from which hatred and dispute arise, from which the inclination for evil has the power to greatly incite against the poor one, because that is the source of all poverty, as said. But the wealthy one, who has faith that everything is from God, since all wealth and glory are His, and does not loathe the poor one on account of their differences of mind, thereby greatly dissolves the differences that are so attached there, and thereby dissolves the grip of the inclination for evil and merges into one. That is why giving charity is considered as having fulfilled the entire Torah. Section 4. Loving kindness and a free loan are even greater than charity. Loving kindness is done to wealthy and poor alike, Sukkah 49b, through which one attains love and peace with everyone, which is the most important thing. Since the greatness of peace is in that it dissolves the grip of the inclination for evil. The greatness of a free loan is in one's waiting until the other pays up the loan, through which one dissolves time and merges into beyond time, which is the fundamental principle of the entire Torah, in that we must wait, since there is no reward in this world. Kiddushin 39b. We must do the commandments today and receive their reward only tomorrow. Eruvin 22a. Through which we merge into beyond time. Certainly, if a person would see the reward for the commandments in this world, there would be no test and free choice at all, especially regarding the mitzvah of charity. If one would see that by giving 1 silver coin to a poor man, a bounty of 1,000 gold coins would immediately come their way, what fool would not give charity to seize onto such a lucrative business deal? Does not one expend hundreds and thousands on business dealings for a chance of a 10% profit? And sometimes there may even be loss, besides all the great and enormous toil that one must expend. So who would not grab the opportunity for such profit of giving 1 silver coin to a poor man and profit thousands in this world besides the capital that remains intact for eternity? Peya 1:1. So free choice and being tested is only in the waiting, since we do not see the reward with our eyes, and sometimes, for the person's benefit or to atone for sins, even the profit is stored away for the future. So the reward of charity is the faith itself that one has in God and waits for Him, as in, one who has mercy on the needy lends to God. Proverbs 19:17. But the point is to dissolve time, through which one is able to wait, for one must take to heart the truth that time flies by extremely quickly, as we see for ourselves, and to have faith that in fact there is no time at all. Time is essentially a departing of intelligence for the sake of testing and free choice, so that one binds time to beyond time through charity and good deeds, by having faith in God, giving charity, and doing acts of loving kindness. Hence, the greatness of charity and loving kindness is waiting, through which one binds oneself to beyond time and dissolves all differences. That is why the sin of usury is so very severe. Usury is the payment for waiting, taking payment for the time that one's money was sitting with the other person for the duration of the loan, through which one intensifies that grip of time even more, thus intensifying the grip of the differences that are attached to time, since one does not have faith in God to wait for the loan and to do an act of loving kindness toward them, through which one would dissolve time that is so attached to money. That is why the sin of usury is so very severe and is considered as denying the entire Torah. For the entire fulfillment of the Torah is dependent upon this, upon dissolving time, from which arise all differences, from which arises the grip of the inclination for evil. This is the meaning of our sages' teaching that usury is considered as denying the exodus from Egypt. Yoreh Day'ah 160, Sifra, Behar 2. The exodus from Egypt was an overturning of the celestial systems through which time is reckoned, which is why there was then a dissolution of time, as can be understood from the Rebbe that time stopped at the splitting of the sea. Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 79. Thus, on the night of Pesach, the night shined as the day. Zohar, Part 2, 38a, which corresponds to the dissolution of time, through which came about all of the awesome signs and wonders that Moses did, who was himself beyond time, as written, Ma Shihayahu, meaning what was, will be, Ecclesiastes 1:9. The acronym of which is Moshe, as the Rebbe writes there, through which we received the Torah and through which we are able to merge into beyond time. But one who lends money for interest, taking payment for waiting, is the opposite of all this, which is why they are considered as denying the exodus from Egypt and the entire Torah. Section 5. This corresponds to arising at midnight, thereby dissolving sleep, which is the root of time, from which arise all differences. Shena, meaning sleep, is thus from the same word root as shinui, meaning difference for sleep and slumber, corresponding to the departing of intelligence, is the root of time, from which arise all differences. That is why the exodus from Egypt took place at midnight, for the exodus from Egypt was a dissolution of time, as said, which corresponds to midnight, when an arousal from sleep descends through the sound that strikes the wings of a chicken, Zohar Ruth, through which we perceive the dissolution of time, through which are dissolved the differences, from which come all hatred, opposition, dispute, and exile by opposers and haters, as said. That is why rising at midnight is as beneficial as performing a ransom, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 149. A ransom is done through charity money given to the tzaddik, the upright person, which is the rectification of charity, since when we give to the wicked and blemished, and all the more when we give to the contentious, then, on the contrary, we blemish even more. For that recipient reinforces and channels the bounty to the differences, which is the source of all blemishes, as said. That is why the rectification of charity is to endeavor to give to tzaddikim, an upright people of peace, which is the essence of the ransom. For through that all troubles that come from the evil that is attached to the proliferation of differences are dissolved. This also takes place at midnight, when we arise from sleep in the middle of the night, thereby breaking sleep at its peak intensity, when intelligence has reached its lowest point and ultimate departing through that, we dissolve all differences, which is why rising at midnight is as propitious as performing a ransom. Section 6. Our sages thus said that it is difficult to ascertain the precise moment of midnight, Brachot 3b, for it is indeed beyond comprehension. This is because the departing of intelligence, which is the root of free choice, since from it arises the mistaken assumption that time exists, from which all the concerns and futilities surrounding time that confuse a person from thinking about their ultimate end and preparing spiritual provisions for the very long journey, all of which arise from the incipience of the constriction of the vacated space, which corresponds to the departing of wisdom and intelligence. Likutey Moharan, Part 1. 64 is impossible to perceive other than by the greatest of the generations, such as Moses and David. Our sages thus said there that David would awaken at midnight and study Torah, and in the morning people would enter before him and declare, "Your people Israel need sustenance." This seems strange, for what is the connection between the two? However, the lack of sustenance and the existence of poverty in fact arise from the proliferation of differences that multiplied after Adam's sin, from which evil draws its power to obstruct the bounty, which is the cause of poverty, as in, "You will eat of it with sadness." That is why through midnight, through which we dissolve the differences, as said, we thereby become worthy to receive bounty and sustenance. And that is why specifically after David arose at midnight that they came into him in the morning to request sustenance, for now was the time to ask for it. Since sustenance is channeled through midnight, which is the dissolving of differences. That is why David answered them, "Go and sustain each other," meaning that there should be love and peace among them, doing loving kindness toward each other, such that they would sustain each other. For the ultimate dissolution of differences is dependent upon there being love and peace among the Jewish people, that they do acts of loving kindness toward each other, through which bounty and blessing are channeled. That is why, in fact, God found no other vessel in which to contain blessing for the Jewish people other than peace. Uktzin 3:12. For even if we arise at midnight, through which we dissolve the differences, and sustenance should thereby be channeled, there still needs to be peace among the Jewish people. For that is the most important point, which is, "Go and sustain each other." And their answer to David was, "The handful does not satiate the lion," meaning that the world is already so confused on account of Adam's sin and those of the generations, such that most of the bounty goes to the nations, the wicked, and the enemies. So even in David's time, it was difficult for the Jewish people to sustain each other, since most of the bounty went to the nations and the enemies. "Go and loot some troops," David responded, meaning that they must battle with the nations and the enemies who oppose holiness and extract from them the bounty, restoring it to the upright Jewish people. Section 7. That is why on Pesach, which is the Exodus from Egypt, we read the section, "When you loan," Exodus 22:24. For the exodus from Egypt leaving the exile comes about through loving kindness and free loans, through which differences are dissolved, and the haters and enemies who bring on the exile are dispelled. That is why usury is called neshech, as written neshech, anything that yishach, Deuteronomy 23:20, as in, does a snake yishach bite without a hiss? Ecclesiastes 10:11, which corresponds to the severe sin of slander, which is considered the worst sin of all, since slander causes all dispute, from which the inclination for evil draws its power, when there are disputes between the different opinions that are not merged into one, as said, which corresponds to usury, as said, which is why it is called neshech, as in the bite of a snake, which corresponds to slander and dispute. That is why the extension of this exile is caused by slander and dispute, for on account of it we don't know where the truth is and why the redemption will come about through peace. As our sages said, Elijah will only come to bring peace to the world, Ejuot 8:7, through which the redemption will come about, speedily in our days. Section 8. This corresponds to Rosh Hashanah. This day is called the beginning of your works. Since Adam, who is the essence of creation, was created on Rosh Hashanah, which was the emergence of creation from potential to actualization that was completed on the sixth day, when Adam, the essence of the entire creation, was created. That is why the main service of the authentic tzaddikim is to merge after creation into before creation, which is a very important service to rectify and ameliorate the root of the power of judgment, which is the evil, which is defilement, whose entire power comes from the very incipience of creation, immediately upon its emerging from potential to actualization. And even though there was then still no falsehood or defilement in existence, nevertheless, since there were already two, there was already a blueprint from which falsehood, which is defilement, could devolve. That is why the ultimate completion of the rectification of all things in the entire creation will be brought about only through the tzaddikim, who have the power to ascend to the incipience of creation, from which the power of falsehood devolved. For as long as that subtlest of subtlest potential that does not spread into the mind at all, from which falsehood draws its power, is not rectified on high, even if much of the power of falsehood is rectified below, the rectification is still not complete, since the root of its root on high, upon high, has not been rectified and ameliorated. This is the enormous service of the great tzaddikim on Rosh Hashanah, which is the day on which the world was created, when creation emerged from potential to actualization, at which time we must rectify the root of the power of the realm of evil, which is falsehood, whose entire root comes from the incipience of creation, immediately upon its emerging from potential to actualization. Thus, Rosh Hashanah is the first of the 10 days of repentance, since the main arousal for repentance comes through the great tzaddikim who reveal and shine the ultimate truth into the world and dissolve the root of the power of falsehood at the incipience of creation, which is a very great service in which they are involved on Rosh Hashanah, which is the beginning of creation. That is why it is the beginning of repentance, since the essence of repentance is specifically this: in each individual's, to the extent of their portion, in the merging of creation, restoring and elevating everything to its original root, restoring and merging after creation into before creation, which is the essence of repentance, restoring everything to its original root. This corresponds to the cantillation of Zarka, which represents Izdarikat, meaning thrown back, to the place from where it came. Zohar, Part 1, 24a. Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 35, which refers to repentance. That is why we must journey to the greatest tzaddikim for Rosh Hashanah, for no one besides the very exalted tzaddikim know how to work on this rectification. Even the great tzaddikim do not fully attain this during their lifetimes, but only after their departing, for which reason we visit the gravesites of the tzaddikim on the eve of Rosh Hashanah. The ultimate completeness of this rectification is indeed only attained by the great tzaddikim after their departing, when they reach the full completeness of their greatness, returning their souls to the place from which they were originally taken, the supernal root of root. Through this they restore the entire creation that is dependent upon them to its root, merging after creation into before creation, rectifying and ameliorating and dissolving the power of falsehood that draws its nourishment from there, which was the only reason for the creation of the free-willed human being, whose entire free choice comes from there, at the incipience of the emergence of creation from potential to actualization, as explained in the lesson. So when a human being is in a situation of temptation and properly chooses the good, ascending from level to level until ultimately reaching the incipience of creation, rectifying there, so that falsehood will no longer be able to draw power from there. This is the very essence of the rectification of the entire creation. This is the rectification that Adam should have done on the day he was created, but by erring in the tree of knowledge of good and evil through the scheme of the serpent, which is the essence of falsehood that is attached there, and Adam's being unable to dissolve it, death was therefore decreed upon him for all generations, and falsehood became very empowered. This resolves somewhat a seemingly difficult question: how Adam came to stumble in this sin of eating from the tree of knowledge, since there was still no inclination for evil in the world, as brought in the literature and cited by Rashi, Genesis 2:25, that the inclination for evil did not enter Adam and Eve until after they ate of the tree of knowledge. Thus, how could they have sinned in this? But though the inclination for evil of today was still not in the world, its root, supernal source of power, already was, which is purity, which inherently implies impurity, which corresponds to free choice, to the root of the power of judgment, which corresponds to Levi, which was the blueprint from which falsehood, which is defilement, would eventually devolve. This subtle supernal root certainly existed as soon as creation emerged from potential to actualization, as stated in the lesson, and when Adam was created, he was at an extremely exalted level and was supposed to rectify and ameliorate this supernal root. But by being lax in this rectification, the serpent schemed and misled him with a subtle falsehood by its having drawn power from there. That is why its scheme was to first entice the woman, for woman compared to man corresponds to after creation compared to before creation, since every two levels, one higher than the other, correspond to before creation and after creation, since the higher level is closer to before creation and is therefore considered before creation compared to the lower level, which corresponds to after creation. Thus, man and woman correspond to soul and body, to human and animal, for the man corresponds to the soul, which corresponds to the human being, to before creation compared to woman, who is the body, corresponding to animal, to after creation. That is why the ultimate battle, test, choice, and refinement of the human being in this world is in the interaction between man and woman. For the woman was taken through sleep and slumber, which corresponds to the departing of intelligence, which corresponds to the incipience of the constriction, in that God somewhat constricted intelligence, through which the creation emerged from potential to actualization. For had there been no constriction and departing of intelligence, creation could not have emerged from potential to actualization, and everything would have remained in potential as it had been, as can be understood from the Etz Chaim 1:2. This corresponds to the construction of woman from man through slumber, which is the departing of intelligence, in which is the root of the power of falsehood. And that is why the serpent first enticed the woman, misleading her in a very subtle way, as explained in the section, first pushing her until she touched the tree, until she was seduced by it, and then sinned in actuality, eating from the tree of knowledge. Immediately after that, she misled Adam, for the main cause of wrongdoing is human beings who have already stumbled, who have the power to mislead others, as said, paragraph 1. So since on Rosh Hashanah, when the world was created, that is, when Adam was created, Adam sinned, and God in his compassion helped him to begin repentance, which is why we are involved in this rectification on this day, Pre-Etz Chaim, Rosh Hashanah 4, which can only be achieved through the great tzaddikim, and more so only after their departing. Therefore, we visit the grave sites of the tzaddikim on the eve of Rosh Hashanah. Section 9. And this rectification is achieved mainly through truth, as explained in the lesson, that through truth God's providence is evoked, through which, after creation, is merged into before creation. That is why, on Rosh Hashanah, most Jewish people strive to live by truth and sincerity, praying and crying out to God with truth and sincerity, without any of the empty sophistications that some of them have during the rest of the year. Truth and sincerity are in fact the most important thing conducting oneself throughout the entire year, as the masses of Jewish people do on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, since the essence of repentance and the rectification is truth, through which we dissolve the grip of falsehood that is attached to the incipience of creation, and after creation is merged into before creation, which is the essence of the rectification of all things. This corresponds to the sound of the shofar, which corresponds to truth, as in, the voice is the voice of Jacob, Genesis 27:22, and grant truth to Jacob, Micha 7:20. For the ultimate manifestation of truth is through Jacob, who began this rectification of dissolving falsehood at its incipience. Abraham was the first to begin manifesting godliness in the world, which is the essence of the manifestation of truth. But since Abraham was the first, he was still unable to dissolve the power of falsehood at its root, which is at the ultimate point from which creation emerged from potential to actualization, which is impossible to grasp, but at which the amelioration is needed to dissolve the power of falsehood, as said. This is because Abraham lived by loving kindness, whereas Isaac lived by stringency, which correspond to before creation and after creation, since loving kindness corresponds to before creation, where everything is good, everything is loving kindness, whereas stringency and judgments correspond to after creation, from which judgments draw their power. Abraham manifested godliness in the world and made known that God rules the earth, as did Isaac and Jacob, for that was their entire service, since only these three are called fathers. Brachot 16b, for they are the fathers of the world, since before creation corresponds to father, as said. They had been able to merge everything into God, into before creation, in which Father and Son are as one, as in, when you reach the pure marble stones, at which point everything is called after the Father, since the Son is subsidiary to the Father and merged into him. However, Abraham and Isaac were still unable to completely dissolve the power of falsehood at its root, at the point from which creation emerged from potential to actualization, which is the point of the root power of falsehood, as said. Thus, Abraham sired Ishmael and Isaac sired Esau, who are the clouds that cover the eyes. Zohar, Part 2, 252a. The essence of falsehood that covers the truth, which is the rectification of the eyes, as stated there in the lesson. Abraham manifested and channeled godliness down into the world, from on high to below, corresponding to the direct light, which corresponds to loving kindness, whereas Isaac manifested godliness by lifting up the world from below to on high, as reflected light, which corresponds to stringency, but the ultimate bond and connection between before creation and after creation is brought about through Jacob, who corresponds to the triple thread, to the center bolt that traverses from one end to the other. Zohar, Part 2, 175b. Jacob bonds and merges everything completely together, corresponding to Abraham and Isaac, who correspond to loving kindness and stringency, to the direct light and the reflected light, to before creation and after creation. For Jacob had attained the truth in its wholeness, that is, the ability to dissolve the power of falsehood at its supernal root, such that he was able to grasp how to channel the emergence of creation from potential to actualization without any attachment of falsehood at all, which was the service of Jacob, who lived by truth, through which the ultimate bonding and merging of creation into before creation is brought about in completion. That is why Jacob's bed was complete, without any dregs. Song of Songs, Rabbah 3, 8 and 4, 17. Birth corresponds to a new creation, in that the son is brought from potential to actualization. But since falsehood is attached to that point, therefore the realm of evil is very attached to childbirth, which is why it requires great sorting out. This is the greatness of the great tzaddik who guards the covenant, who has attained entirely true seed. Jeremiah 2:21. For he has been able to ascend to the incipience of the root and to draw down from there a son, corresponding to after creation, from potential to actualization, without any attachment of falsehood at all, which Jacob, who lived by truth, had attained, which is why his bed was complete. This corresponds to the sound of the shofar, which corresponds to the voice of Jacob, who corresponds to truth. Section 10. We thus ask for life on Rosh Hashanah and during the 10 days of repentance, for life comes through truth, since truth is the potion of life, as our sages said regarding a place named Kushta, an Aramaic word for truth, in which death had no power. Sanhedrin 97a. This is because body and soul correspond to before creation and after creation, since the soul is a part of God above, corresponding to before creation, while the body corresponds to action, corresponding to after creation. And the essence of life is when both are bound together firmly, which is attained through truth, through which after creation is merged with before creation. That is why truth is the potion of life, since the essence of death is falsehood, in that it separates that which should be together, as in, death will separate. Ruth 1:17. And in, it will separate between brothers, Hosea 13:15, which came about through the scheme of the serpent that introduced falsehood into the world, on account of which death was decreed for all generations. Since now it is impossible in this body to attain complete wholeness and the bonding of after creation with before creation, on account of the power of falsehood that is attached to the incipience of the emerging of creation from potential to actualization. That is why death is inevitable, when the soul ascends on high, appropriately for its level, and the body is refined below, until they will be renewed in the future through the great authentic truth that will then be manifested. For the renewal of the world and the resurrection of the dead will come about through the great truth that will be revealed, as in, truth will sprout forth from the earth. Psalms 85:12, when a tongue of truth will endure forever. Proverbs 12:19. For people will live forever through truth, which is the potion of life. For falsehood will then be completely eradicated at the root of its power. It is for such life that we pray on Rosh Hashanah, when all of our cries and prayers are that the truth will be revealed in the world, in general, in detail, and in minute detail, for every single human being, that every creature will know that you created it, and every form of life will understand that you formed it, such that every individual will know how to return to God, for the essence of repentance is attained through truth. This is why we conclude every blessing on Rosh Hashanah with, "For you, O God, are truth, and your word is truth and enduring forever, since the truth endures forever. For truth is everlasting Shabbat, 104a, as written, a tongue of truth endures forever, since the essence of life and existence of the entire creation, collectively and individually, is through truth, as said. Section 11. That is why all Jewish people must appease each other before Rosh Hashanah, so that there will be great peace among the Jewish people. The most important thing is peace, which is oneness, which is the essence of life, as in life and peace, Malachi 2:5. Since dispute is caused by the falsehood that arises from multiplicity and differing opinions. This is the ultimate service of Rosh Hashanah, which is the incipience of creation, to dissolve the falsehood at its root through an enormous manifestation of the singular beginning of truth, as in Hashanah. The beginning of your word is truth, Psalms 119:160, which corresponds to Rosh Hashanah, specifically Rosh, the beginning, as in, the beginning of your word is truth. Most contentious people claim that they alone possess the truth, and that all their disputes are for the sake of the truth, especially nowadays in our many sins. When the truth has become splintered, Sanhedrin 97a, and each one claims the truth for themselves. Nevertheless, the truth remains one, and whoever truly seeks the truth will be able to recognize where the authentic truth lies, since truth is its own witness. Dispute is thus only possible when there is distance from the one from which falsehood arises, for whoever does not dissolve falsehood at its root may eventually err greatly and exchange falsehood for truth and truth for falsehood, as in, woe to those who declare evil good and good evil, Isaiah 5:20, from which all dispute in the world arises. So whoever desires to spare and rescue their soul from the fire of dispute, which is the worst thing of all, must first of all seek the truth, which corresponds to peace, as written, peace and truth will be in my days, 2 Kings 20:19. For when one looks at the authentic truth, one will surely, at least, be spared from dispute. Though one may not be able to perceive and know where the ultimate truth lies if one has not toiled appropriately in one's service, for attaining the ultimate truth requires very great toil. If at least one desires the truth, one will at the least not harass and oppose others, will not sustain a dispute, will not attack people of truth, even if the truth seems to them otherwise. For why would one get involved in this mess, endangering one's own life so greatly? It would be impossible to expound on this in writing, but whoever seeks the truth will understand all this by themselves. Section 12. This corresponds to the judgment of Rosh Hashanah, when each individual stands in judgment before God. As our sages said, everyone passes before him, one at a time. As Sheep, Mishnah, Rosh Hashanah 1:2. Yet the Talmud concludes there, they are all inspected in one glance, as written, who creates their hearts together, who understands all their deeds, Psalms 33:15, Rosh Hashanah 18a, which Rashi explains there as referring back to the previous verse, overseeing all dwellers of earth from the sight of his throne, the Creator sees their hearts with one look. This seems strange. If they are all inspected in one glance, for God can do anything, and He knows everything with one knowing, which is impossible for human intelligence to grasp. Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 53. Why then do they pass through one by one? God already knows with one knowing of each one, and can judge them all from the very beginning, just as they are all inspected in one glance. However, the essence of judgment is truth, for God's judgment is truth, and even the commandment of judgment on earth is essentially to pass a judgment of truth, to save the oppressed and the robbed from the one who has unjustly and falsely taken advantage of them, passing a judgment of truth against the oppressor, As written, pass rulings of truth and peace. Zechariah 8:16. But there are human judges who sway the judgment toward falsehood and thereby destroy the world. As our sages said, the world endures upon three things: on judgment, on truth, and on peace. Avot 1:17. God's judgment, though, is always truth, for God's intention is to judge the entire world with his upright and true judgments, such that every individual will reach their ultimate eternal good, which is to merge into God, which corresponds to the merging of after creation into before creation, which is the ultimate good for which everything was created, and upon which the entire Torah is dependent. For through every mitzvah and every service we merge into him, or through every sin and blemish we become distanced and separate between before creation to after creation. This is because the entire Torah corresponds to truth, as written, a Torah of truth, Malachi 2:6. And the eyes of God's providence are channeled through truth. Lesson 13. Since complete providence is attained through the Torah, through which, after creation, is merged into before creation. This is what the individual is judged for on Rosh Hashanah, as well as on the great day of judgment, when reward or punishment are ruled for each individual according to their deeds, such that ultimately each one will be able to merge into before creation, which is everyone's ultimate goal. For all punishments that God exacts with his upright judgments are essentially for the purpose of refinement, so that one will be refined by this punishment, so that one will ultimately be able to merge into the place appropriate for one's deeds with whatever essence of the individual that remains after the refinement. A tzaddik, though, receives reward and delight, delighting upon God and constantly ascending from level to level, higher and higher, until his entire stature merges on high upon high, up to the incipience of the root of everything, which corresponds to before creation. Fortunate is he. But in any event, every individual needs to return and merge on high into before creation. Only that nevertheless, there will be a great difference even between the complete tzaddikim, according to the level of each, all the more so between a tzaddik and an average person, and much more so between a tzaddik and a wicked person. And even between the wicked, there will be great differences. That is why our sages warned us, do not be too wicked. Shabbat 31b. As can be understood from the Rebbe's words at the end of the lesson on the verse, no eye has seen, study there. This is the essence of the judgment of Rosh Hashanah. For God's judgment is truth, and through the truth of his judgment will each individual be able to merge into before creation, this one through wealth, another through poverty, another by having to live against their will, and another by having to die against their will, and so on, with other judgments. For God's judgment is very deep, passing judgment on each individual on Rosh Hashanah, such that each one's free choice will be appropriate for their level. God looks and sees till the end of time, planning so that no one will be lost, passing judgment against each one, such that no matter how the individual will conduct themselves, they will ultimately return to before creation. But if a wicked person maintains their behavior and does not repent, they will have to bear harsh and bitter punishments and many reincarnations until ultimately only a little point will remain of them, such that some will be completely annihilated and never come to know of the authentic good. In general, though, everyone is meant to return to before creation, and ultimately the difference between a righteous one and a wicked one will be evident. This is why, when we pass through judgment, each one passes through by themselves as sheep, for God judges each one with his compassion, according to the deeds that each one has chosen to do. And each one's choice was based upon the many differences that came about after creation. After creation emerged from potential to actualization, when multiplicity began, from which free choice arose. As said, the assessment of proper judgment on high on the day of judgment is based upon this, for God judges each one in his compassion according to their situation. Likutey Moharan, Part 1. One knowing into which different idea each one has fallen, on account of the multiplicity of after creation, on account of which the individual came to do what they did, based on which God judges that individual with justness and truth. That is why they must inevitably pass one at a time, each one by themselves, which corresponds to multiplicity and differences, which corresponds to the emerging of creation from potential to actualization. When multiplicity and differences began, from which all human behavior arose, which is the basis for the assessment of each one's judgment. However, when God comes, finalize the judgment, and judgment is essentially truth, so that through the judgment of truth, the individual will ultimately return to their root, to before creation. Therefore, at the conclusion of judgment, they are all inspected in one glance, merging them all together, for that is the essence of a judgment of truth, that everything will return to its root, to before creation, where everything is one. Yet, nevertheless, there will be enormous differences between each one according to each one's deeds, but we cannot understand how this will be. As said, understand this well. Section 13. A person has free choice throughout their lives, and the essence of the judgment on Rosh Hashanah is precisely this. Each one is given the conditions for the coming year, so that one will have free choice to do as one desires, the ability to remember and understand through the conditions of one's life, for better or for worse, how to return to God if one takes to heart one's eternal purpose. One should have this as one's goal throughout the entire year, but especially at the beginning of the year during the 10 days of repentance, especially on Rosh Hashanah, which is the first day of the 10 days of repentance. And the ultimate rectification is truth, having faith in the truth that everything is one. For we must have faith in God's individual providence, that He looks and oversees every single individual within the context of their situation, their times, and their life conditions, and that through providence everything is made one, that after creation will be as before creation. Through this, one is able to bond oneself to God and to merge into Him from wherever one is, as in, it is amazing. Intelligence is beyond me. I cannot grasp it. To where can I flee from your countenance? Psalms 139:6, in which King David is expressing his wonder that it is impossible to understand how creation emerged from potential to actualization and multiplicity came about, on account of which distance was made possible, which corresponds to fleeing from God. But in fact, to where can I flee from your countenance? For I have faith in the truth that everything is one, as David concludes there. If I ascend to heaven, there you are. If I lay my bed in hell, here you are. If I spread the wings of morning, even there, your hand guides me. Then I praise you, for I am awesomely amazed. Your deeds are wondrous, my soul deeply knows. For indeed, I have faith in providence, that everything is one, now as in the beginning, before creation, only that it is amazing. Beyond my intelligence, I am awesomely amazed, how the world endures, how creation emerged from potential to actualization. And though it is forbidden to analyze this, nevertheless, I have faith in God's providence, that His eyes look into all places, as in, if I ascend to heaven, if I lay my bed in hell. And, as written, God's eyes look into all places, good and bad. Proverbs 15:3. Thus, to where can I flee from your countenance? For everything is one, everything is good, through which I am able to hold myself unto God at all times. For my soul deeply knows the truth, even though it is impossible to understand all this. As he declares, I am awesomely amazed. Your deeds are wondrous. My soul deeply knows. And more than at any other time, we must focus on this on Rosh Hashanah, which is the first of the 10 days of repentance, the day of the beginning of God's works, through which one's judgment will be brought to light for the good, for that is one's ultimate rectification, all of which is attained by coming to the authentic tzaddikim. David thus says, to where can I walk from your spirit? To where can flee from your countenance? The initial emergence of creation, from potential to actualization, corresponds to walking, Since creation has still not become very distant from before creation, so it is considered walking, as when one person begins to walk away from another and is still not far away, but after creation devolved and became distant from before creation, and falsehood became more profuse, which is the main cause of the distance. This corresponds to fleeing, for fleeing causes much greater distance. And all the distance of those distant from God is caused by denials, from which the power of the inclination for evil arises, as we have written several times. And the essence of the inclination for evil, which corresponds to denials, arises only from this point that corresponds to purity, which is the incipience of the emergence of creation from potential to actualization. For since it is completely impossible to understand this with human intelligence, therefore many have erred and become confused, such that they became as distant as they have. But King David, who lived by faith, which is Malchut, kingship, as written, "My faith and my loving kindness for him," Psalms 89:25 wonders, and says that in fact he does not understand. To where can I walk from your spirit? How did I come into existence from potential to actualization at the beginning of creation, which corresponds to walking? I can certainly not understand this, but I have full faith that everything is from God. For in his wonders, he created everything and brought everything from potential to actualization. And even now, he oversees everything with individual providence. So, to where can I flee from your countenance? Which corresponds to even further distance, as in fleeing, for it is certainly impossible to flee from your countenance, since I have faith that everything is one, even though I do not understand this. This is, to where can I flee from your countenance? Countenance corresponds to the eyes of God's providence, as in, may God shine his countenance toward you. Numbers 6:25, as in, do not conceal your countenance from me. Psalms 27:9. For since I have faith that the countenance of God's providence is looking throughout the world, from beginning to end, and after creation is as before creation, therefore it is amazing. Intelligence is beyond me. To where can I walk from your spirit, which is the beginning of the emergence of creation from potential to actualization? So therefore, to where can I flee from your countenance? For the countenance of God's providence is everywhere, on account of which everything is one after creation as before creation. All this corresponds to Rosh Hashanah, when God's providence flows more than at any other time, as written, "The eyes of your God are upon it from the beginning of the year till the end of the year." Deuteronomy 11:12. This is because the judgment of Rosh Hashanah corresponds to providence, in that we have faith that everything that happens to an individual throughout the year is all according to the judgment that was decreed upon them on Rosh Hashanah, as our sages commented on that verse. On Rosh Hashanah judgment is passed what will take place at its end. Rosh Hashanah 8a. This is the essence of Rosh Hashanah, to draw upon oneself faith in God's providence, which is attained by drawing oneself to the point of truth, which is the authentic tzaddik, through which everything is merged into one, which is the ultimate rectification of the repentance that we need to do on Rosh Hashanah, which is the first of the 10 days of repentance. Section 14. This corresponds to the great benefit of walking to the authentic tzaddik for the sake of heaven, not for the sake of honor, incitation, or dispute. Walking is with the feet, and the ultimate rectification is through the feet. For the essence of all rectifications is dependent upon this world of physical action, in that the free-willed human being was created specifically in this physical world in order to bind oneself to God, specifically from the physicality of this world, through which one elevates this world together with all the worlds that are dependent upon it on high upon high, until everything is merged into before creation, as said. This world as a whole is called feet. As written, "The earth is the footstool of my feet," Isaiah 66, 1, and faith, which is called feet Likutey Moharan, Part 2. 81 is mainly in this world, for we must have faith that God, in His enormously wondrous and unfathomable exaltedness, looks with individual providence into this physical world, all the way down to the ultimate lowest level, as we say. Nothing is hidden from you, and as written, "Who sits on high? Who lowers himself down to see in the heavens and on earth?" Psalms 113. 6. And through faith in providence, after creation, is merged into before creation, which is the essence of the rectification, as said. Thus, fortunate are the feet that walk to do a mitzvah, all the more so when traveling and walking to the authentic tzaddik and their followers. For the authentic tzaddik has already attained through the authenticity of his service to merge everything into before creation, for he has already reached the pure marble stones. So whoever is privileged to travel and walk to him, walking with the feet, thereby elevates the feet, which correspond to this world of action. As in, the earth is the footstool of my feet, elevating everything to God and merging after creation into before creation, which is the essence of all rectifications. As said, that is why the most important time to travel and walk is for Rosh Hashanah. For on Rosh Hashanah we must devote ourselves to this more than at any other time, since this is when the world was created. So it is the beginning of repentance, thereby rectifying all blemishes. That is why throughout the generations the custom has been to walk to one's rabbi, for there is great benefit in walking to him, since much is rectified through the very walking itself, as said. This corresponds to, "I am gladdened when they tell me, 'Let us walk to God's temple. Our feet stand in your gates, O Jerusalem.'" Psalms 122, 1 and 2. And to the greatness of those who make pilgrimage on foot, regarding whom is said, "How beautiful are your footsteps in the shoes," Song of Songs 7:2. Jerusalem was home to the temple, in which was the site of the foundation stone, upon which the world was established, Yoma 54b, through which this world returns to be merged into its root, into before creation, and the rectification is achieved through the tzaddik, who himself is the foundation of the world, corresponding to the foundation stone, as in, God's are the pillars of the earth, upon which he established the world. 1 Samuel 2:8, Radak, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 61. This is Jerusalem, constructed as a city all connected together. Psalms 122. 3, which our sages explain to mean the merging of the below with on high, the lower Jerusalem, with the upper Jerusalem, through which we merge into before creation, which is the essence of the rectification, as said. The verse thus continues, "Ask after the welfare of Jerusalem. May there be peace within your walls. For the sake of my brothers and friends, I will speak peace to you. For this rectification is attained through peace and oneness, and the dissolving of all opposition to the truth, which is the ultimate evil and defilement that arises from the falsehood that is nourished by the multiplicity when we do not dissolve its power at its root. That is why the serpent, which introduced falsehood into the world and caused all dispute and separation, was therefore cursed in its feet, as written, 'You will crawl on your belly,' Genesis 3:14. For falsehood has no feet. Tikkunei Zohar 22:66. That is why the blemish of falsehood and of gossipers and slanderers is in the feet, as they are called gossiping walkers. As written, 'Do not walk around gossiping among your people,' Leviticus 19:16, since gossiping is always connected to walking, as in, one who has not slandered with his tongue, Psalms 15:3, as Rashi points out. This is because the essence of the blemish of the evil tongue and gossip that arises from the falsehood, which are the cause of all dispute and separation, corresponds to feet, in that they separate between the feet and the head, separate between this world that corresponds to feet and the incipience of the point of creation, through which everything merges into before creation. That is why on Rosh Hashanah, when we must merge into the head, for which reason it is called Rosh Hashanah, the head, the beginning of the year, we must therefore come to the tzaddik, who corresponds to the Rosh, as in the head of the household, the true head of the Jewish people. So we must travel, specifically walk, to him, for in this way we rectify and elevate the feet, while subduing and dissolving the feet of the klipa, shell, which is the gossiping walkers and the slanderers who increase dispute among the Jewish people. By coming to the tzaddik and attaining the truth, through which we evoke complete providence from head, the beginning, to end, all the way down into this world of action, which corresponds to the feet, through which the end, the feet, is merged into the beginning, the head, the ultimate end materiality of the entire world, which corresponds to feet, is all merged into the beginning, the head, which corresponds to before creation, and everything merges into one, which is the ultimate rectification. Section 15. This is because truth is the beginning, the middle, and the end. Yerushalmi Sanhedrin 1:1. Since the ultimate wholeness of the truth is when something is true from beginning to end. Sometimes one may begin telling some truth, but ends up misleading specifically through a great lie. For specifically through that bit of truth that one began with, was one able to afterward mislead with their falsehood. Since any falsehood that lacks truth at its beginning will not endure at the end, Rashi on Numbers 13:27, which is why real truth is only when it is complete true from beginning to end, but mainly at the end, for better the end of something than its beginning. Ecclesiastes 7:8. Thus now, at the end of days, falsehood intensifies very much. As written, you cast truth to the earth. Daniel 8:12, and our sages said of this time, truth will be splintered into groups. Sanhedrin 97a. But the same on the individual level, for one may initially be upright, but later be misled by the forces of evil that eventually trip up the individual with its falsehoods, mainly through people who are liars and charlatans, who call themselves Chassidim, regarding whom is said, may the lips of falsehood that speak arrogantly against a righteous one, with haughtiness and scorn, be muted. Psalms 31:19. This is why our sages said, do not trust yourself until the day of your death. Avot 2:4. For the real truth is only when one reaches the end, which corresponds to feet. For this reason, the rectification of the entire world that will come about through our righteous Messiah, whom we yearn will come speedily in our days, corresponds to feet, as written, his feet will stand on that day. Zechariah 14:4. And as stated, until feet touch feet, Tikkuni. Zohar, Part 2. 158a, as cited profusely in the writings of the Ari. For example, Etz Chaim 39:1. For the ultimate rectification will come about through the truth that will be manifested by our righteous Messiah, as in, truth will sprout forth from the earth. Psalms 85:12. But most importantly, this truth will be complete, from beginning, the head, to end, the feet, faith in God's providence, from the highest of all levels to the lowest of all levels, through which everything will merge into one, through which this rectification will come about. Section 16. Based on this lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 151, the following very strange midrash can be explained. Rabbi Simon said, when God went to create Adam, the angels split into many groups, some arguing that he should not be created, and others arguing that he should be created. As written, loving kindness and truth met. Righteousness and peace kissed. Psalms 85:11. Loving kindness argued that he should be created, for he does acts of loving kindness. Truth argued that he should not be created, for he is full of lies. Righteousness argued that he should be created, for he does acts of righteousness. And peace argued that he should not be created, for he is full of quarrel. What did God do? He took truth and cast it to earth. As written, "You cast truth to the earth," Daniel 8:12. The angels complained to God, "Master of the universe, you are contemning your seal. Elevate peace from the earth." This is what is written, "Truth will sprout forth from the earth," Genesis Rabbah 8:5. This is very perplexing. How is it possible to say that God would cast truth to the earth? It is his seal, and that the angels had to beg him to restore it because he was contemning it? Furthermore, how can there possibly be a dispute between truth and God, since God's true will was indeed to create the human being, as we see that he did in fact create him? So, how can truth have argued against that? However, a central principle is that the entire creation was so that human beings would come to know him, that through our effort we would be able to know and recognize God, and the human being is the essence of creation. Specifically, the righteous Jewish people who alone are able to truly recognize him through free choice while withstanding temptation and enduring refinement in this material world that is so very distant from him. For God is hidden within the ultimate concealment, for no thought can grasp him. Tikkuni Zohar 17a. And he realized that no angel or seraph or other creature would be able to perceive the truth of his existence other than Jewish souls, by their descending into this material world and having free choice and withstanding temptation. Specifically through that, would they be refined to the point that they would attain perceptions of godliness, which no angel or seraph can attain. For the ultimate purpose of the Jewish people is to attain such perceptions of godliness that the angels would come to receive teaching from them. As our sages said, "Now it will be said to Jacob and to Israel what God has done." Numbers 23:23. The righteous will be closer to God than the angels. Yerushalmi Shabbat 6:9. And that perception that the righteous will attain in the future is unknown now to any angel or seraph. This is why the angels argued against the creation of the human being. Just as the angels are unable to perceive God, they are also unable to understand and perceive the inner workings of his intelligence and wisdom. For God and his intelligence are one. And as the psalmist declared, "How deep are your thoughts?" Psalms 92:6. Now, there are angels who are called loving kindness, others called truth, and so on, each according to their root. But since it is impossible for them to perceive God's ultimate intelligence, so there was a great dispute among the angels regarding the creation of human beings. Even the angels of truth argued against their being created. For though truth is their essence, and their desire is only truth, nevertheless, they could not reach and perceive the ultimate purpose of human beings, that they would be able to reach such an exalted level of perceiving and recognizing God that is greater than that of all the angels. So they argued against their being created. In fact, specifically because of the great truth of these angels, they argued against their being created. For their great truth could not bear that human beings full of lies would be created, as the Midrash says. For there are many levels of truth, though truth is ultimately one, as stated in the lesson. But great toil is needed to perceive the authentic truth to the end. Even in worldly wisdom, it is difficult to perceive the truth, as all the sages who analyze the various bodies of wisdom have acknowledged, and they still don't know anything for sure, besides mathematics and geometry. All the more so regarding the wisdom of godly perceptions, which is impossible to perceive with any wisdom and intelligence other than through the toil and service of the authentic tzaddikim, who endure temptation and refinement in all lusts of this world. Only they are able to attain true perceptions of godliness, and will ultimately come to recognize him in the future. such that all the angels will have to come and receive teaching from them. However, it is difficult to perceive the authentic truth on account of the profusion of dispute, and the main dispute is caused by the truth itself, in that each one thinks that they possess the truth. Since there are many aspects to truth and falsehood, one person may be a great liar and complete charlatan, knowing in himself of his lies, yet intentionally misleading others and covering his lies with truth. For a complete liar must inevitably say some truth at the beginning. As our sages said, any falsehood that does not contain some truth at its beginning will not endure. Rashi on Numbers 13:27. Another person may not be such a liar, but since their deeds are not appropriately refined, their mind therefore veered from one mistake to another, until truth was transformed for them such that they called evil good and good evil, believing that that is the truth. And there are several differentiations in this. One's mistake may be subtle, and another's may be extremely subtle, such that we find several great tzaddikim who sometimes erred in some law or conduct, as our sages speak of frequently. Certainly their intention was for heaven, yet they occasionally misled themselves, especially regarding dispute, for the evil tongue is extremely potent. For instance, King Saul was a very great tzaddik, as a year-old child without sin, Yoma 22b, but on account of profuse slander, he erred and killed the priestly town of Novev 1 Samuel 22:19, and many similar stories elsewhere. For in this world, truth has fallen greatly, such that even great and authentic tzaddikim and sages have difficulty ascertaining the authentic truth. Section 17. For the essence of free choice is regarding truth and falsehood, as explained in the lesson, that falsehood is evil and defilement, and its main power is due to the distance from the One. As soon as creation emerged from potential to actualization, and there were two things, there was immediately free choice, which corresponds to purity, for there was immediately a blueprint for the devolution of defilement. Study there well in the lesson. Hence, the power of falsehood is essentially wherever there is multiplicity, on account of the distance from the One, and the more distant from the One and the greater the multiplicity, the greater the power that falsehood has. As we find that as soon as Eve was created and there were two human beings, they sinned greatly and ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil and caused death for all generations. As Rashi explains the verse, God created the human beings straight, but they sought many calculations. Ecclesiastes 7:29, that as soon as they were two and were called, they sought many calculations. And afterward, when Cain and Hevel were born, and the human beings began to propagate even more, a dispute broke out between them, leading Cain to kill Hevel, and so on. All of the bad things that happened were caused by the ever-increasing proliferation of human beings, as stated explicitly in the verse. When the human being began to proliferate on the face of the earth, Genesis 6:1 and 5. For the more that multiplicity increased, and the more distant they became from the One, falsehood, which is evil and defilement, and the cause of all spiritual damage and blemish, took greater hold, for the power of falsehood increases through multiplicity. However, the greatness and wholeness of truth is also specifically by sorting out and revealing the authentic truth within the multiplicity. And the greater the multiplicity, when falsehood has greater hold, sorting out and revealing the truth specifically in that situation is the ultimate greatness and wholeness of truth. That is why the entire creation from beginning to end was only created for the sake of the tzaddik, whose entire greatness is in his possession of free choice. And the essence of free choice is regarding truth and falsehood as said. That is why the greater the multiplicity, when falsehood has greater hold, by revealing the truth in that situation, is God's name enhanced and sanctified all the more. That is why no holy recitation should be said without a quorum of 10 Megillah, 23b, which corresponds to, the glory of a king is amidst a multitude of people. Proverbs 14:28. This corresponds to what the Rebbe writes, that when the simple oneness is manifested from within ever-changing actions, this is very precious. Likutey Moharan, Part 2. 2. That is why the first commandment in the Torah is to be involved in human civilization, that human beings propagate, as written, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth." Genesis 1:22. For, specifically, the proliferation of human beings is necessary, for then free choice becomes more complex, and specifically, then the tzaddikim are able to complete the intention of creation by enduring temptation and refinement, and sorting out the authentic truth from the multiplicity to which falsehood is very attached. This is because the greater the grip of falsehood, the more that truth is enhanced and elevated by one who is able to sort out the truth from there, for which reason the human being came into this world and for which all worlds were created. For everything was created for the purpose of free choice, which is between truth and falsehood. Thus, the greater the opposition to truth, which is falsehood, and the more difficult it is to endure temptation and to find the truth, the greater the achievement of the one who is able to find the authentic truth. That is why in the future, when the righteous Redeemer will come, his coming will mainly be to reveal the truth in the world. As written, "Send your light and your truth." Psalms 43:3. For then, truth will sprout forth from the earth. That is why his coming will be specifically when the Jewish people will multiply profusely, as written, "The little one will be 1,000, and the young one an enormous nation. I, God, will hasten it in its time." Isaiah 60:22. This is what is written. The number of the Israelites will be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured or counted from plenitude. And instead of their being told, "You are not my people," they will be told, "The children of the living God." Hosea 2:1. The verse is heralding that in the future, when the truth will be revealed in the world, specifically then will the Jewish people proliferate exceedingly. For the ultimate greatness of truth is when it is revealed from the greatest multiplicity. This is, instead of their being told, "You are not my people," meaning that instead of the great multiplicity to which falsehood is so attached, in which case it should be told to them, "You are not my people," on account of the great surging of falsehood. Specifically then, it will be told to them, "The children of the living God," for on the contrary, that will be their greatness, when they will attain the truth out of this great multiplicity. For the ultimate greatness of truth is when it is sorted out of the greatest multiplicity, for which reason everything was created. Section 18. Specifically then, will everyone be able to truly recognize and know God, as written, "For they will all know me, from their smallest to their greatest." Jeremiah 31:33. Since the ultimate revelation of truth is to reveal the knowledge of God's truth in the world. For God is the very essence of truth. As written, "God is truth forever." Psalms 117:2. And "God is truth." Jeremiah 10:10. Each individual, to the extent of their distance from the truth, to that extent are they distant from God, and inversely, the closer one is to the truth, the closer one is to God. But the authentic truth cannot be perceived other than through free choice, through many great tests, as we find with the great tzaddikim, who only attained the truth through many tests. The first one was Abraham, who endured very enormous tests in interactions with the entire world, which was filled with falsehood, people who claimed that they possessed the truth, calling Abraham an apostate and denier, casting him into a blazing furnace, pursuing him greatly. But he withstood all the tests, and through that he manifested the truth in the world, proclaiming that there is a God of truth, who rules and oversees everything, and the same with the tzaddikim who came after him. The ultimate, complete manifestation of the truth will be through our righteous Messiah, who will come at the end of days, when human population is immensely increased, a multiplicity that is ultimately different opinions, a proliferation of different ideas and beliefs, which is the ultimate multiplicity, as in, great in opinions. Lamentations, Rabbah 1. But the Messiah, in his great righteousness, will be able to attain the ultimate truth and to manifest the truth in the world, at which point the full redemption will come about, and the intention of creation will be completely filled, which was that creation would come from potential to actualization, at which point multiplicity began, from which falsehood derives its power, and that the human population would increase exponentially, such that this great increase would cause falsehood to become even greater. That is why, indeed, things happened in the past as they did, all the destructions and damages, only that the tzaddikim in every generation who attained the truth sustained the world in each and every generation, until ultimately, when the differing opinions will be so profuse, for that is the ultimate multiplicity, and falsehood will be so powerful, specifically then will the righteous Redeemer be able to sort out the truth through his enormous effort. And specifically then will God's name be enhanced and sanctified through the manifestation of the authentic truth, specifically from within the multiplicity. Section 19. But this truth that will be manifested at that time will be beyond the perception of any angel or seraph. Only the authentic tzaddikim who withstood temptation until they were able to discover the truth from within the multiplicity in this material world, in which is multiplicity that is ultimately distant from one. And when we reveal the truth here, we come close to God in ultimate nearness, for which purpose everything was created, as said. That is why even the angels who are called truth, for they were created to be of the nature of truth, they too could not understand and perceive the great depth of God's intelligence, so they argued against the creation of human beings. Furthermore, even truth itself argued against their being created, for truth itself could not perceive the depth of God's intelligence, could not perceive the authentic truth that the tzaddikim will ultimately perceive through withstanding the tests specifically in this world of falsehood. So truth argued that the human being should not be created, for truth saw that as soon as the human being would be created, falsehood would gain power, and truth could not bear this. For truth cannot bear what is false, and the angels who were created to be of the essence of truth also erred in this. For though their intention was for the truth, they were unable to reach the authentic truth. For the authentic truth can only be perceived specifically in this world, by withstanding temptations of this world. That is why God took truth and cast it to the earth, distancing it from his presence. For God does not desire such truth, even if it is with acceptable intention, since it is without the perception of his true intelligence, because it has not been in this world of free choice and has not been refined within the multiplicity and the falsehood, sorting out the truth from the multiplicity and falsehood. That is why God decreed to cast truth to the earth. For that itself is the rectification and sorting out of the truth. For by casting truth to the earth, as in, you cast truth to the earth, specifically, through that will the truth be sorted out and refined by the authentic tzaddikim. And specifically then will the clarified truth be revealed, that we will perceive the knowledge of God's truth, which was totally impossible to perceive as long as the truth was on high, in the higher worlds, in which there is no falsehood at all, for even truth itself cannot perceive God without descending into this world and being sorted out by the tzaddikim. Thus, as soon as the angels argued, "You are contemning your seal, elevate peace from the earth," God immediately agreed, as can be understood from the Midrash. For even God's initial intention was for this, that truth would be cast to the earth, which is very distant from the truth. For there, in the great multiplicity and distance from one, to which falsehood is very attached, specifically there would truth be sorted out by the tzaddikim, through which it would rise up from the earth with ultimate wholeness, as in, truth will sprout forth from the earth, that the truth will be made whole, and we will attain the authentic truth. Section 20. This is Indeed, you desire truth in the innards, so teach me wisdom in the hidden parts. Psalms 51:8. Whoever sincerely seeks to have mercy on their eternal purpose and to avoid fooling themselves is able to extract from what we have written above on the Midrash authentic strategies and endlessly great encouragement, such that one will be able to stand firm in one's place, to remain strong in the point of truth that is rooted in them, and that no obstacle, incitation, or rejection will be able to disturb, confuse, or obstruct them, no matter what one has to endure. Even if one knows in oneself that one's deeds are very damaged and that one is very distant from God and from His Torah, on top of which one is enduring pain and suffering in many ways that obstruct and distance them from the point of authentic truth. Nevertheless, one pays no attention to this at all, but continuously looks only to the point of truth and tells oneself that no matter what, the truth remains the truth, through which one is able to constantly encourage oneself and to remain firm in the point of truth. But the most important thing is that truth not prevent one from reaching the authentic truth. Each individual's distance from the essence of the authentic truth is caused by truth itself, as we see for ourselves, how every dispute is caused by the truth, since the opposing side is claiming that they possess the truth. This happens in every generation, but especially in the generations immediately preceding ours, in which there was the dispute between the scholars and the Hasidim. This dispute was enormous and affected many souls. Many were brought down by it, many married couples separated on account of it, and many forfeited both worlds as a result of it. As well known to anyone familiar with the events that took place in these generations preceding ours, as our fathers and teachers have told us about, the essence of this entire dispute surrounded the truth itself. We now know that the vast majority of the Torah scholars who opposed the leaders of the Chassidim were themselves authentic, great tzaddikim, and their entire dispute against the leaders of the Chassidim, who were very holy and awesome tzaddikim, was only because of the truth, in that the Torah scholars claimed that they possessed the truth, while the leaders of the Hasidim are distant from the truth, for they are transgressing the Torah of truth, as I personally heard with my own ears from their arguments, especially from the mouth of my father-in-law, the renowned tzaddik, Rabbi David Tzvi, who was well known to be a great tzaddik, but who argued greatly against the leaders of the Hasidim, all on account of his truth. But the same is true in every single generation. All this is caused by the argument of the angels discussed above, who argued against the creation of human beings, from which arose the entire power of the inclination for evil, whose main power comes through dispute, which is caused by the argument of the angels taking form in the opposers. The power of their argument arises mainly from truth itself, having descended into the angels, arguing against the creation of human beings, from which devolve all arguments and disputes in the world, especially between Torah scholars, which is on account of truth itself, as said, that truth itself is unable to perceive the ultimate essence of God, and just as it cannot perceive God's essence, so can it not perceive the depth of His intelligence, for God and His intelligence are one. That is, the authentic truth. But as soon as truth devolves from God, reaching the angels, the depth of the truth of His holy intelligence immediately disappears. For the perception of the ultimate truth of the depth of His intelligence is hidden and concealed from all creatures. It is impossible for any angel or seraph to ascertain His intelligence. Only the souls of the very exalted authentic tzaddikim, through their deeds and service, are able to truly perceive His intelligence, which is the essence of their reward, as known. And the essence of the greatness of these tzaddikim is because they have free choice, and the essence of free choice is only in that as soon as truth is emanated from God, it immediately becomes unable to perceive the depth of His intelligence, such that truth itself argues against the creation of the human being, that they should not be created, even though we now know that the truth of God's intelligence was that indeed they should be created, for in fact, we see that God did create them. But this only makes the above midrash even more difficult to understand, and its very underlying assumption seems refuted. How did truth argue that the human being should not be created? How could it then even have been called truth, having missed the truth of God's intelligence? Since we see for ourselves that God did create the human being, counter to the argument of truth, why is it called truth? However, the argument of truth against the creation of the human being was certainly an authentic argument, and all its words were true. Truth said, "Do not create him, for he is full of lies," which is indeed the truth, as we see for ourselves. Nevertheless, truth itself erred in this, for it could not perceive the extent of God's intelligence, and by the same token, could not perceive the extent of the intelligence of the great tzaddikim, who will perceive the authentic truth specifically through the power of falsehood. Since it is impossible to perceive the depth of the truth of God's intelligence, such that even the angels of truth are unable to perceive his intelligence, arguing claims that contradict his intelligence. This itself is the enormously wondrous greatness of the holy tzaddikim, for free choice is made possible specifically in this way, and these tzaddikim, with their great power, break free choice and withstand temptation, choosing only the good through enormous toil in this material world, specifically through which they are able to sort out the authentic truth specifically in this world. For it is impossible to ascertain the authentic truth other than specifically in this material world, when one properly withstands temptation, which is only attained by the rare great ones of all generations. But the angels, even the angels of truth, are unable to perceive the authentic truth of God's intelligence, from which devolves the great dispute in every generation against these great tzaddikim who correspond to the point of truth. For though other Torah scholars and tzaddikim are also authentic tzaddikim, they have still not passed through all the 7 types of water alluded to in the Rebbe stories, number 10, and have not been appropriately tested and refined. That is why, though their intention is for the truth, the argument of the angels has taken form specifically in them, such that specifically the truth misleads them to argue and oppose those great and holy tzaddikim. And since the argument has devolved into this world, which is so material and full of klippot and lies, therefore, when one errs in this world, on account of the truth, one can cause very great damage, even claiming that literal murder and bloodshed is permissible. We see what this caused during Saul's dispute against David, and even more during the days of the Second Temple that was destroyed on account of unjustified hatred, Yoma 9b. And our sages say that the verse, "Destroy those who speak falsehood. God loathes a man of blood and deceit," Psalms 5:7, refers to David's opposers, who permitted incest and bloodshed, Genesis Rabbah 32, 1 all on account of the truth. For there are 2 types of truth. There is the authentic truth, with which one perceives and knows a thing as it really is, and there is truth to the extent that one seeks the truth, but allows oneself to be fooled. There are many aspects to this. One's error may be great, but if one toils a bit, one will immediately realize one's mistake, while another's error may be more subtle, such that great toil is required to realize one's mistake and to clarify the truth. And yet, another's mistake is even more subtle. The more subtle the error, the greater the toil needed to clarify the authentic truth, such that one's error may be so extremely subtle that it is impossible to clarify the mistake without enormous toil, with literal self-surrender throughout one's life. This is the work of the holy, great tzaddikim, the rare ones of the generations, who toiled enormously in services, bearing endless bitterness, withstanding countless tests, surrendering their lives for the Jewish people throughout their own lives, until specifically through that, they were able to sort out the ultimate, authentic truth, which is impossible for any angel or seraph to perceive. Only for these tzaddikim was the world created. Brachot 6b. This is why God cast truth to the earth. God knew that though truth's intention in arguing against the creation of the human being was counter to his holy intelligence, Nevertheless, its intention was entirely for the truth. For as soon as truth devolved from God, it was no longer able to perceive the truth of the depth of God's intelligence, which is why it erred specifically through the truth and argued against creating the human being. Indeed, the superficial truth at first glance demands that the human being should not be created, for he is full of lies. But the authentic truth of God's thoughts are much deeper, such that even truth itself could not perceive it. Only the great tzaddikim, specifically in this world, are able to perceive it through their free choice. That is why God cast truth to the earth, for that itself is the rectification of the second category of truth that desires truth but is unable to ascertain it. Its rectification is specifically in this world through the great tzaddikim who withstand many enormous tests, and only they are able to reach the point of authentic truth, and through whom truth will sprout forth from the earth, through which all worlds will be rectified. Section 21. Thus, in this world, the ultimate wholeness of truth is faith. For the ultimate truth is to know that it is impossible to perceive the essence of truth, since the essence of truth is God alone, as written, "Truth is God forever." Psalms 117:2, which is impossible to perceive. So the ultimate truth is to know that it is impossible to perceive the essence of truth, as in, the ultimate knowledge is to know that we know nothing, and thus, the ultimate wholeness of truth is faith, as in, when righteousness is joined with truth, it becomes faith. Zohar, Part 3, 198b. The entire service of a human being in this world is to reach this axe, to truly, truly attain complete truth and faith. But it is impossible to reach this other than through the great tzaddikim who attained this through great toil. So whoever sincerely seeks the truth and does not allow themselves to be fooled can understand from afar where the authentic truth lies, as long as they do not act foolishly and arrogantly to claim that they can understand the truth. Immediately grasp the depth of the minds of the tzaddikim. For even the truth of the intelligence of the great tzaddikim is impossible to perceive, since they are merged into God, and their thoughts are very deep. Only through truth can one reach faith, to understand through the truth. If one chooses to look at the authentic truth, to understand that one should have faith in the tzaddikim, only then will one attain truth and faith, which is the wholeness of the human being. This itself corresponds to God's casting truth to the earth. The earth corresponds to faith, as in, dwell in the earth and nurture faith. Psalms 37:3. See also Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 29, Part 2. 5. For which reason itself faith is called earth, since the essence of faith is in this material earth, which is ultimately distant from the perception of the truth of God's intelligence. Yet, specifically in this earth, the tzaddikim attain the authentic truth through nurturing faith. That is why God cast truth to the earth, which corresponds to faith, so that the truth would be sorted out through faith by the great tzaddikim, as the Rebbe writes on the verse, Moses' hands were faith, Exodus 17:12. That through faith, one can reach the perception of true intelligence, each individual according to their level. Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 91. Section 22. This is because truth and faith are like a husband and wife, regarding which is said, "It is not good for the man to be alone." Genesis 2:18, who is intelligence, which is truth. Since truth and intelligence are the same, since the ultimate intelligence is to perceive the truth of anything as it is in actuality, to be alone, since it is impossible to perceive the essence of truth. That is why I will make for him a support to counterpose him, which corresponds to the God-fearing woman, which corresponds to faith, which is a support to the truth, since the wholeness of truth is through faith, as said. Through the two of them comes propagation, which is the propagation of intelligence. For all propagation comes through intelligence. Since through the proper, complete bonding of truth and faith are born all perceptions of true knowledge, which is the perception of our holy Torah, the foundation of which is truth and faith. As written, your Torah is true. Psalms 119, 142, and all your commandments are faith. There, verse 86. This is a support to counterpose him, specifically because there is a contrariety, as in to counter human beings. Jeremiah 31:20. Specifically through this, does faith become a support for the truth, since the contrariety arises because it is impossible to perceive the essence of truth. That is why the support and rectification of the truth is faith, for which reason God cast truth to the earth, so that through this, truth will sprout forth from the earth, specifically from the earth. This is, if one is deserving, then support. If one is not deserving, then to counterpose him. Genesis Rabbah 17:3. This itself corresponds to God's casting truth to the earth, which is true for both of these aspects, which corresponds to free choice, through which the rectification and sorting out of the truth is achieved. God saw that the truth that was emanated from himself is also unable to perceive the truth of his intelligence, so he cast it to the earth. For God does not desire such a truth, so he distanced it from his presence. But that itself is its rectification through the great tzaddikim of this earth, who will hold themselves firmly to the truth and toil greatly until they will be able to understand the truth, which is impossible to understand, but only to strengthen oneself with full faith through the truth, ascending from level to higher level. See in Laws of Pesach, paragraph 7. Until specifically they will sort out and elevate the truth from the earth, as in truth will sprout forth from the earth. Specifically, sprout as we sow a seed, which disintegrates and grows into a large tree, all through human toil. In the same way, the tzaddikim toil to sort out the truth, to sow and plant it, as in seed of truth, Jeremiah 2:21, which is through their good deeds, their Torah, and the wonders of their novel Torah insights, until the truth thereby sprouts specifically from the earth, as in truth will sprout forth from the earth. See below, paragraph 44. Section 23. Every individual must know this, and through this will one be spared from many errors that are caused specifically by truth that has not been properly sorted out. One will thereby be saved from the fire of dispute and opposition that unnecessarily uproots opposers from two worlds, for this tendency is worse than all other negative traits in the world. All other traits and lusts contain some necessity, only that one must conduct oneself regarding them according to the Holy Torah, even in the permissible, not to overindulge in them, but at least there is some necessity contained in them for the survival of the human being, such as eating and drinking, whereas dispute is completely redundant for the human being. In fact, it consumes and uproots a person from both worlds more than all lusts, as many have already lost both worlds on account of it. And even dispute related to sustenance must be greatly avoided, for nothing can be accomplished through dispute, and on the contrary, one dispute pushes away 100 opportunities for income. Shla, Meseket Yoma, Derek Chaim, 44. We must have faith that no person can take what is prepared for another, for they will call you by your name and give you what is yours. Yoma 37b and 38a. Many times worse is dispute related to the service of God, which is the case with the dispute between the Hasidim and the scholars, or among the Hasidim or the scholars between themselves, which is the worst type of dispute of all, damaging greatly and postponing the redemption more than all sins in the Torah. This entire dispute is only unjustified hatred, all on account of the truth, that each side thinks that they possess the truth. But in fact, if one looks toward the authentic truth and does not fool oneself, one will certainly, at least, not maintain dispute, for one will look into oneself and ask if perhaps one is fooling oneself. And even if one is not mistaken, one will understand that nothing can be fixed by dispute, and in fact, one will cause much greater damage than what could be achieved by one's confused mind. For nothing at all can be attained by dispute, for dispute is very loathsome. This cannot be explained fully in writing, but whoever seeks the authentic truth will certainly not be fooled by one's own truth that has not been sorted out into maintaining a dispute. Especially in these generations, in which the Jewish people are at a very lowly level, in which we have no self-rule at all, how can we rectify what needs to be rectified, especially through dispute? For rectifying the world and leading the entire world to God's service is impossible other than through peace, as the Rebbe writes, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 27. That is why Elijah and the Messiah, through whom will come about the rectification of the world, will be involved mainly in bringing peace to the world. As our sages said, Elijah will not come to defile or purify, but to bring peace to the world. Eduyot 8:12. And our righteous Messiah is called the Prince of Peace. Isaiah 9:5. Thus, if a sense of truth entices a person to maintain dispute, one must cast such truth to the earth and distance it from oneself, for God does not desire such truth. Section 24. Even one who avoids it and conducts oneself innocently, not maintaining dispute against others, must also remember this well, being extremely cautious that the truth will not distance one from God and from His holy Torah. For all distancing and discouragement are caused by truth, by knowing within oneself the truth that one has blemished and damaged. Especially one who knows that they have damaged very greatly, and even now continues along the same path, telling oneself how one knows the truth of one's lowly spiritual state, thereby becoming discouraged and distanced even further, thus causing distance and discouragement by the truth. But the real truth is that one must distance oneself from such truth, because it is not the truth. One must know that we know nothing at all, and though we have not reached the ultimate knowledge of not knowing, which is very deep and hidden, at least to know on the simple level that we do not know anything besides the fact that God is truth, and His Torah is true, and He has revealed to us through His authentic tzaddikim of His fathomless, enormous loving kindness and compassion, as we have discussed at length. That is the real truth. Do whatever you can do in this direction, for God's thoughts are very deep, and He knows our inclinations, since we are dust. Yet every hair's breadth of movement we make toward God in this very material world is very precious to Him. And the more distant and material that one is, the more precious every movement toward God is to Him. That is the real truth, as in, truth will sprout forth from the earth, specifically from the earth. Section 25. It is important to know that all of these incitations, whether related to dispute or to the individual within themselves, in that unclarified truth is inciting them to sustain a dispute or to distance themselves from God and to thereby despair. All this devolves from the argument of the angels, from which the entire power of the inclination for evil arises. Even their argument came from truth that was not yet fully clarified, such that specifically truth itself argued against the creation of the human being, which was what the angels said, "What is a human being that you should think of him?" Psalms 8:5, Sanhedrin 38b, from which devolved dispute among human beings, such that, on account of unclarified truth, they argue against one another. Flaming dispute for no justified reason, or arguing against oneself through such truth to distance oneself from God and His Torah. So we must beg profusely of God all of our lives to attain the point of authentic truth, and most importantly, to be privileged to come close to the authentic tzaddikim and their followers who have attained the point of authentic truth, for the essence of truth is only attained by those great tzaddikim, through whom whoever is privileged to follow is also able to receive it. But great toil is required to search and seek and beg profusely of God for this. Section 26. This was David's assertion when he confessed his sin with Bathsheba. I know my transgression, and my sin is always before me. Psalms 51:5, which may lead him to become distant and despair, to say that there is no hope, for which claim many indeed wanted to banish him, as written, many say to my soul, he has no salvation in God. There. 3, which refers to this sin, as Rashi explains there. But King David ignored all of these rejections, whether from others or from himself, but instead encouraged himself and said to himself, to you alone have I sinned and done what is evil in your eyes. For I have not sinned against any angel or seraph, but only against you. So in it in your hand to forgive me, since you are obligated to forgive me, so that you will be vindicated in your word, so that you will be vindicated against the angels who argued by saying, what is a human being that you should think of him? Arguing that the human being will sin before you and anger you. But they don't know of your immeasurable, enormously profuse compassion and loving kindness with which you forgive all who seek forgiveness from you. So you must forgive in order to vindicate your word against their argument, so that they will see that you were correct in your judgment to create the human being, as stated there in the Midrash. Am I called compassionate for no reason? Midrash Tanchuma Pekudia 3. Zohar, Part 3, 69b. David thus then says, indeed, you desire truth in the innards, meaning that though it seems to me that the truth is that it is very far-fetched that God will forgive me for such a great sin as this, on account of which I have virtually despaired and become distanced from you because of this, but your loving kindness overtook me, and you privileged me to understand from afar that the truth of your holy compassion is impossible to perceive. I am therefore obligated to do my best to repeatedly strengthen myself and to pour out my supplication before you until you look from heaven and see. This is, indeed, you desire truth in the innards, for truth is obviously the most important thing, and your entire desire and request of the lowly human being is only the truth. But I request, teach me authentic wisdom that is hidden and concealed from me, which is the authentic truth. With this, David was simultaneously encouraged himself and argued with God that though you desire only the truth, as in, indeed, you desire truth in the innards, and according to the truth as I understand it, it is very far-fetched that you will forgive me. So it seems to me that there is no hope at all. But I know that I have not yet fully grasped the truth of your compassion. So I request, teach me wisdom in the hidden parts. Teach me what is hidden and concealed from me, which is the truth of your compassion and loving kindness that are very sublime and deep, hidden from me, but through which even I have great hope. For your thoughts are very deep, we have no idea at all, and things can be entirely rectified and transformed into the good, with all sins transformed into merits. As long as the individual does not give up crying out, praying and supplicating, as I heard from the Rebbe's mouth, Likutey Moharan 3. Section 27. This is the totality of the entire service of Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and the entire month of Tishrei, which is filled with commandments, Rosh Hashanah 11a. It is all to sort out the point of truth in all places through the authentic tzaddik, who has fully attained the point of authentic truth. For on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, we sort out the truth through the many commandments that the Jewish people perform at this time. We are then busy with much Torah study, prayers, crying out and begging of God, as well as charity and all the other commandments, which is the essence of truth that we attain through the sounds of the shofar and the profuse prayers and cries to God, as in, the voice is the voice of Jacob, Genesis 27:22, and grant truth to Jacob, Micah 7:20. But after Yom Kippur, we begin work on the Sukkah, which also corresponds to Jacob's truth, as in, Jacob journeyed to Sukkot, Genesis 33:17. After Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, we are busy working to manifest the truth through external services, such as eating, drinking, and sleeping, which are the main obligations of the mitzvah of the Sukkah, in order that we come to know and have faith that through the authentic truth we are able to come very close to God from wherever we are, as in, know Him in all your ways, Proverbs 3:6. This corresponds to the 4 species that embody all the 4 categories of Jewish people, from those who are filled with Torah and commandments to the willow branches that are also bound with them, which correspond to the very distant ones who have neither taste or fragrance. Leviticus Rabbah 30:12. For through the truth we manifest that God receives satisfaction and pride even from them through every authentic movement of theirs to come closer to God. This corresponds to Simchat Torah and Shmini Atzeret. The word Atzeret means a gathering, in that it gathers in everyone to God, even the very distant ones, through the Sukkah of peace in which we have been privileged to sit, during the time which we brought sacrificial offerings even for the 70 nations, in order to bring them all close to God, as in, then I will turn toward the nations a clear tongue, Zephaniah 3:9. That is why on Simchat Torah, everyone is called up to the Torah, to show that every Jewish person has a portion in the Torah of truth. For the ultimate truth is to bring close and not to distance, only to sort out and manifest the point of truth in every individual Jewish person, even in the very distant ones. For that is the ultimate truth of God's will. Section 28. For this reason we complete reading the Torah with, before the eyes of all Israelites, and immediately begin with, in the beginning God created. Our sages explain the verse that Moses did before the eyes of all Israelites, as referring to his breaking the tablet Sifri, which corresponds to the above. Moses saw the great disaster caused by the Israelites' sin, their having transgressed the entire Torah and worshipped idolatry, such that the letter of Torah law demanded that the people be distanced and destroyed. As God indeed said to Moses, "Leave me alone, and I will destroy them." Deuteronomy 9:14. So Moses acted wisely and cast the tablets to the earth, which corresponds to, you cast truth to the earth, just as God cast truth to the earth when the angels argued against the creation of the human being. So did Moses, cleaving to God's way, cast the tablets that correspond to truth, as in a Torah of truth. By casting them to the earth, he showed that though they are a Torah of truth, nevertheless, since it may seem from them that there is no hope and that he can no longer pray on the people's behalf, he therefore cast them to the earth, distancing them from himself and strengthening himself to have faith that it is impossible to perceive the depth of God's intelligence until he understood that God nevertheless desires that he pray for the people. And indeed, because of that, he prayed for them profusely until his prayer had its effect and God was appeased and forgave the people, instructing Moses to carve out a second pair of tablets. This itself corresponds to, you cast truth to the earth, through which itself truth will sprout forth from the earth, which is what Moses also did. Had he not cast aside the tablets, there would have been a great accusation to destroy the Israelites, and then the truth would have indeed completely disappeared, for there is no one to manifest the truth in the world other than through the Jewish people. That is why Moses cast aside the tablets, which correspond to truth, as in, you cast truth to the earth, strengthening himself in prayer, having faith that it is impossible to perceive the truth of God's intelligence, for his thoughts are very deep. He was successful, and God was appeased and forgave the people, instructing him to carve a second pair of tablets, which corresponds to, raise up truth from the earth, as in, truth will sprout forth from the earth. That is why after we read, before the eyes of all Israelites, we immediately begin reading, in the beginning God created Elohim, the last letters of which read, Emet, truth, to teach that this is the ultimate truth, when we know that we know nothing, that we never really become distant, and that we always can begin again, which corresponds to, before the eyes of all Israelites, in the beginning God created Elohim, in that, in his great power, Moses evoked this path by breaking the tablets, to which God agreed, telling him, more power to you for breaking them. Shabbat 87a. Through this, every Jewish person is able to strengthen themselves and begin again anew, which corresponds to the beginning of the Torah. In the beginning God created Elohim, last letters of which mean truth, for only this is the ultimate, authentic truth, never to become distant on account of the truth. For note, tonight. Rather, one must understand and know that we know nothing at all, and that we must constantly begin again anew. For the truth of God's compassion is very sublime, and throughout one's life, one is able to begin coming close to God, as in, you push a human being to crushing. Psalms 93, to the crushing of the soul, Yerushalmi Chagiga. 2. 1 For God's loving kindness has not ceased, and his compassion never ends. Section 29. This is, whoever rules an authentically true judgment is as if he has become a partner with God in the work of creation. Shabbat 10a. The authorities point out here the stress on authentic, Beit Yosef, chosen mishpat, one which is, as said, that the most important thing is that it be authentically true, not allowing oneself to be fooled by truth to sway the judgment, but that the truth be clear and pure, authentically true. This is similar to what the commentaries say there, that it comes to exclude a deceived judgment. Then one becomes a partner with God in the work of creation, for the work of creation was accomplished specifically through the authentic truth, since the simple truth argued against the creation of the human being, who is the essence of the entire work of creation. That is why the work of creation, which is the creation of the human being, came about only through the authentic truth, which is the very truth of God's essence, which is impossible to perceive. God knew that nevertheless the human being must be created, for there will be great tzaddikim who will sort out the authentic truth, which is why whoever rules specifically an authentically true judgment is connected to creation and is a partner in God's work, regarding which is written, there was evening and there was morning, one day. Genesis 1:5, from which our sages derived that one becomes a partner in the work of creation. For the truth is entirely one, entirely good, specifically the authentic truth. Section 30. This is, God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am God, and I appeared to Abraham as God Almighty, but my name Hashem I did not make known to them. Exodus 6:3. All of the arguments between God and Moses regarding his mission to redeem the Israelites, which Moses repeatedly refused to accept, but which God forced him to, as explained there in earlier sections, all revolved around the truth. Even the great tzaddikim initially find it difficult to ascertain the point of authentic truth, and each individual tzaddik clarifies the truth to the extent of his toil in God's service. Throughout his life, each tzaddik passes through repeated tests, for his free choice must inevitably accompany him throughout his life, and the ultimate choice is regarding the sorting out of the authentic truth. That is why even Moses refused to go on God's mission, all on account of his great truth. In the holiness of his wisdom, he knew that it would be very difficult to save the Israelites with complete and ultimate redemption, since he foresaw that they would sin and rebel against him and against God many times, from beginning to end, as indeed happened. They tested me 10 times. Numbers 14:22. That is why Moses sought to avoid accepting the mission, initially attributing it to his unfittingness. Exodus 3:11, which corresponds to truth, in that Moses certainly said what he did with authentic truth and humility. Nevertheless, God became angry with Moses there, 4:14, and forced him to go. For all of Moses' arguments why he should refuse the mission devolved from the truth of the angels who argued against the creation of the human being. What is a human being that you should think of him? He will only sin before you and anger you above, paragraph 20-25, from which arises the entire power of the inclination for evil. Even the great tzaddikim must toil greatly to sort out their ideas from those that come from this argument. This is why Moses later said, "Why have you worsened? Why have you sent me?" Exodus 5:22, which had been triggered by the great dispute of Dathan and Aviram, who came forward audaciously and said, "May God see and judge you there." Verse 21, they too felt that they were speaking the truth, that they were standing up for the distress of the Israelites, because all blemishes in the world, especially all types of dispute, come only from a blemish in truth, from which free choice arises. That is why even the completely wicked clothe their evil words in some truth, as if their intention is for the truth. As we see Pharaoh saying to Moses and Aaron, "Why are you disturbing the people from their work? Increase the burden on the people to keep them busy, so that they will not converse in fabricated stories." There, 5, 4, and 9. Look, see, and understand, my reader, how far falsehood spreads to displace the truth. In his lies, Pharaoh brazenly claimed the truth for himself, afflicting the Israelites for no just cause with harsh labor, arguing that it is Moses and Aaron who, seeking that the Israelites worship God, are lying, whereas he only seeks the truth, that they continue working for him without pay. But the same things happen in every generation. Exchanging falsehood for the truth has countless aspects. A completely wicked person, as Pharaoh exchanges complete lies for the truth. Dathan and Aviram also came with lies to oppose Moses with great audacity, as if they were the ones concerned about the Israelites' distress. But obviously their lies were not as gross as Pharaoh's. Yet they too falsely claimed that they possessed the truth, that they truly loved the Israelites more than Moses and Aaron, and the same in every generation and at all times. Our sages say that the verse, "Strife makes a sage a fool and causes the loss of a gifted heart." Ecclesiastes 7:7 refers to Moses, who, on account of Dathan and Aviram's evil audacity, in saying, "May God see," erred and complained to God, "Why have you worsened?" For even the great and awesome tzaddikim occasionally err on account of too much truth that comes from the argument of the angels, as said. Section 31. God thus informed Moses in the following verses that he had erred when he said, "Why have you worsened?" Rashi on Exodus 6:2, telling him, Elohim spoke to Moses and told him, "I am Hashem." For all questions on God come from the concealment of the truth, which is the source of God's ways that are impossible to perceive. Specifically, the seemingly arbitrary boon or bane of both the righteous and the wicked, which is, however, all for the sake of free choice. Thus, Elohim, corresponding to judgment, spoke to Moses and told him, "I am Hashem," corresponding to compassion, thereby informing him that Hashem is Elohim, one and the same. Compassion and judgment, according to the authentic truth, are identical, only that this is impossible to understand, for the ultimate truth of God's ways and conduct are beyond comprehension, just as it is impossible to comprehend his essence. The next verse thus says, "I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as God Almighty, but did not make my name Hashem known to them." The manifestation of the truth of his godliness came about through the forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but it is impossible to reveal the entire truth all at once, since the truth must be sorted out specifically in this world of free choice until the coming of the Messiah, when the truth will be revealed in its entirety, for God and His name are one, which is the ultimate truth that is entirely one, entirely good, entirely holy. Yet nevertheless, there are many differentiations in the perception of God's truth from the perspective of the recipients, for each individual to the extent of their toil in His service, as in, her master is known in the gates, Proverbs 31:23, for each one to the extent of their ability to perceive Him in their heart, Zohar 103b, which means that one will be able to perceive God in their heart to the extent of their toil to perceive His truth, as can be understood from the Holy Zohar. Elsewhere, Tikkuni Zohar 1832, a 70, 130. For there are masters of the hands and masters of the feet, who perceive, respectively, a level of feet or hands. And there are those who perceive the garments of the king, while God Himself does not change at all. And each individual, to the extent of their perception of God's truth, so is the mystery of one of God's names revealed to them, to the extent of their perception. There are 7 names that may not be erased, Yoreh Day'ah 276, 9, and there are various levels among them. The name Hashem is the highest of all, for it represents the name of the essence. But it too is only after creation, after God revealed His names to the tzaddikim so that they would be able to perceive His truth. Before creation, though, God had no name at all. As written, you have no known name, Tikkuni Zohar 17b, as brought throughout all Kabbalistic literature. By these different categories of names can the different levels of the tzaddikim be measured, for though they all recognize and know God's truth, which is entirely one, entirely good, nevertheless, there are great differences between them, and each one, according to their level, will perceive one of God's names. Section 32. This is, I appeared to Abraham, as God Almighty, which is a holy and awesome name. But there are angels who are also called by that name. As written, I will send an angel before you. Do not exchange me for him, for my name is in him. Exodus 23:20, upon which our sages explain to mean, do not exchange me for him. Sanhedrin 38b. For my name is in him is the angel Metatron, whose name is numerically equivalent to God Almighty, 314 Rashi, on Exodus 23:21. In other words, this angel perceives God's truth through this name, such that the angel merges into God as this name and is called after this name. Yet, we must avoid the mistake of identifying this perception with the essence of God's truth, regarding which is said, do not exchange me for him. That is why Moses would not accept this name and insisted, if your countenance does not go forward. There, 33:15, for Moses's perception was very exalted, since he perceived the name of essence, Hashem. But even those great tzaddikim, whose perception was only in the name God Almighty, also knew to avoid this mistake of exchanging this name for the ultimate perception, and know that it is impossible to perceive God's ultimate truth. It is also impossible to perceive the ways of God's conduct of the world, which is carried out through His attributes, which are His names. For His ways are high above our ways, since the perception of the essence of the truth is very hidden and exalted. So, this is what God said to Moses in response to his saying, why have you worsened, Exodus 5:22, to Abraham and the other forefathers? I only revealed myself by the name of the Almighty, the name the angel is able to perceive, but my name, Hashem, in which the angels have no perception, I did not make known to them. Therefore, the paths of my truth were certainly more hidden from them, yet they did not question my conduct. As our sages point out, that Abraham was promised the land, yet had to pay dearly for a burial plot for Sarah. And other stories with Isaac and Jacob. Sanhedrin 111a. Rashi, for they knew that they had not yet perceived the essence of the truth of God's attributes. But you, Moses, to whom I have revealed the name of essence, Hashem, you seek to completely know and understand the ways of the conduct of my truth? It should be the other way around. The higher level of truth that one perceives, the more one should know how distant one still is from perceiving the essence of truth. For ultimate perception of truth is to know how distant one is from the essence of truth, which is the ultimate goal of knowledge, of knowing that we do not know. God thus continues, I also fulfilled my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, and I have also heard the groaning of the Israelites. Exodus 6, 4 and 5. Though the forefathers were not shown the perception of God's truth to the extent that it was revealed to Moses, nevertheless, all the toil and effort of the forefathers was not in vain. For it was only they who achieved through their service that the land of Israel, in which the ultimate perception of God's truth is accessible to every single Jewish person, would be granted to us as our inheritance, only that it was necessary to wait for the first redemption from Egypt, and afterward for the final redemption, the coming into possession of the land of Israel, from beginning to end, was entirely through the power of the forefathers, as explicit throughout the Torah. In the same way, though I have revealed to you the name Hashem, which is the perception of truth on a much higher level, nevertheless, it is still impossible for you to perceive the complete ways of my truth. So therefore, though you see with your truth that the Israelites will not obey you and will anger you and me many times, and even now, Pharaoh is refusing to send them and is heavily increasing the work burden on them, as well as Dathan and Aviram coming out to challenge you, for all of which reason you had not wanted to go on my mission from the beginning, and even now complain, why have you sent me? Nevertheless, you must surrender your ideas before me and go on my mission, for in the end you will accomplish very much and succeed. You will take them out of Egypt with a mighty arm and give them the Torah, and it is not for you to be concerned about what will happen afterward, for all the good that you will accomplish for their benefit will never be lost. In sum, even though they may not attain the essence of truth, nevertheless, each and every authentic tzaddik accomplishes very much with his service, shining into us the holiness of the truth of his Torah teachings, appropriate for the generation and the times, whether while the temple stood or after its destruction. Furthermore, every single good point of truth of even the lowest Jewish person is extremely precious to God and is never lost, and whatever each one has had to endure cannot be understood, for even the great tzaddikim themselves cannot perceive the complete ways of God's truth. Yet all of their works for truth remain forever and ever, as written, I will repay their works for truth, Isaiah 61:8, and the same for every single point of truth, that they shine into us even in our enormous lowliness, will all endure forever. Section 33. Through all of this, through God's speaking to Moses and shining into him a perception of authentic intelligence, such that Moses surrendered his own intelligence and went on God's mission, accomplishing his goal by redeeming us from Egypt and giving us the Torah. Through all this, Moses understood from afar God's endlessly enormous loving kindness, that the essence of the truth of God's intention is totally beyond comprehension, such that he understood that even at the moment of God's greatest anger, even then one must pray to him. For the essence of the truth of his intention is completely beyond our grasp, and no matter what, his desire is that we beg and pray before him, because we have no understanding in the essence of the truth of his loving kindness and compassion. Thus, after Torah giving, when the Israelites did what they did with the golden calf, such that God was very angered with them and proclaimed to destroy them, Moses then understood not to focus on the simplistic level of the expressed truth, as it appeared to human intelligence and judgment, that God's intention was to punish them appropriately for their evil deed, for which they deserved annihilation. However, the authentic truth was otherwise, so Moses then strengthened himself and ignored all seemingly true ideas according to the simplistic intelligence that the people should be punished as they deserved. Putting aside this truth and strengthening himself greatly in prayer till illness, as written, Moses prayed so profusely that he became ill. Exodus 32:11, as our sages interpret Brachot 32a. God then reconciled with Moses and turned back from the evil decree, teaching to Moses the order of proper prayer, arranging before him the 13 attributes of compassion, and revealing to him the authentic truth that the essence of God's truth is His profuse compassion and grace, His abundant and endless loving kindness, which is the ultimate truth, as written, God, compassionate, gracious, forbearing, abundantly loving kind, and true God. Exodus 34:6. This means that compassion, graciousness, forbearance, and loving kindness are the essence of God's truth, for His compassion is never ending, as He promised Moses, Rosh Hashanah 17b. For God's truth is that His compassion and loving kindness never end under any circumstances. Always, prayer and begging and crying out to God will help. All this counters the truth of the angels, whose truth led them to say, "What is a human being that you should think of him?" But the tzaddikim such as Moses and those who followed him toiled greatly until they perceived that even after all that the people anger God, the compassion of His truth never ends. And in every generation there are tzaddikim and upright ones who follow them, who constantly strengthen themselves in prayer, through which they ameliorate all judgments in the world and dispel all evil decrees against the Jewish people, bringing authentic intelligence into them to strengthen themselves in prayer and supplication. For that is the ultimate authentic truth. As written, God is close to all those who call out to Him, to all who call out to Him authentically. Psalms 145:18. And my prayer is to you, in your abundant loving kindness, answer me with your true salvation. There, 69:14, specifically true. For I have faith that, according to the authentic truth, even now you still desire to save me. So I strengthen myself and pray. Answer me with your true salvation. Understand very well how much we must constantly strengthen ourselves in prayer in all circumstances. This itself corresponds to the breaking of the tablets, paragraph 28. For Moses understood all this later from what God had alluded to him earlier, paragraph 30, ff. Section 34. This corresponds to God saying to Avimelech, I too know that you did this with innocence of heart, so I restrained you from sinning to me, Genesis 20:6. Though indeed it seemed to you that you did not intend to sin, nevertheless you were not innocent, Rashi. This is because the authentic truth can only be attained by one who is completely cleansed and purified of all lusts, especially sexual lust. For the guarding of the covenant corresponds to truth, as in, entirely seed of truth, Jeremiah 2:21. As explained elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 7:21. This is because falsehood is ultimately caused by the murkiness of the blood, for it is impossible to speak falsehoods unless one has muddied one's blood, as explained at the beginning of the lesson, Part 1. 51. And all lusts, especially sexual lust, are caused by the murkiness of the blood. That is why when the forces of evil attempt to lead a person astray through one's truth, especially when inciting a person to maintain a dispute on account of one's truth, one must then look inside oneself to see if one is pure and clean of all lusts, especially sexual lust. And since one knows that one is not clean, how can one be sure of one's truth, especially to pursue another Jewish person, and all the more to pursue many? For the clarified truth that corresponds to the authentic truth is only attained by the authentic tzaddik who corresponds to the truly innocent one, who is completely cleansed of all lusts especially sexual lust, who has no murkiness of blood at all, but who has attained the authentic truth. As for all the rest of people, their truth is to know that they are very distant from the perception of authentic intelligence and must only strengthen themselves in faith. God thus said to Avimelech, I too know, for Avimelech was a complete tzaddik in his own eyes, as if he was a man of truth, whereas Abraham had misled him with a lie by saying that Sarah was his sister, so he felt that he had a major claim against God for striking him unjustly. He thus argued, Do you also kill a righteous people? Did he not tell me, she is my sister? I did this in the innocence of my heart and the cleanliness of my hands. So according to Avimelech, he was the man of truth, while Abraham was the liar. But God answered him, I too know that in the innocence of your heart you did this. For indeed the truth is, as you say, that you in fact did this with innocence of heart, but your hands are not clean. As Rashi says, for if your hands would be clean, if you would not be such a lustful person as you are, you would certainly not have fallen into this, for your entire assumption is up to question. Why did you ask Abraham in the first place if she is his wife or sister, as Abraham himself responded to Avimelech's asking him that question? Because I said to myself that there is no fear of God in this place? As Rashi explains, when a guest comes to town, do you ask him first thing about his wife? So since you are such a lustful person and your hands are not clean, your own truth misled you to take her. And then, when you are stricken, you cry out that you are righteous, and that Abraham misled you with his lie? Don't you see that it is the murkiness of your own blood that tripped you and prevented you from seeing the authentic truth? But since, despite that, your intention was not to do some grave sin, I therefore restrained you from sinning to me. For God has compassion on any human being who seeks the truth, but in actuality misleads themselves, has compassion on them, and alludes to them in his wondrous ways until they turn away from their mistake. But at least you must take to heart that your hands are not clean, for which reason you came to this mistake through your truth. This is what is written, Who will ascend God's mountain, and who will stand in his holy place? One with clean hands and a clear heart, who has not sworn in my soul falsely. Psalms 24, 3 and 4. Only when one has clean hands can one attain a clear heart who has not sworn in my soul falsely, which means being spared from falsehood and attaining the authentic truth. Only such a person is privileged to ascend God's mountain and stand in his holy place. That is why Abraham had to conceal the truth and say that Sarah was his sister, for tzaddikim are permitted to deceive the deceivers, Megillah 13b. This is because when the tzaddik sees that there is no truth in the world, he is forced to conceal the truth in many ways in order to protect his own soul, and specifically through that, he is able to bring truth into the world, just as Jacob did with Lavan and Esau. Section 35. This corresponds to the permission of altering the truth for the sake of peace, Yevamot 65b. All dispute is caused by the truth of the misled, or of the complete liars, who, on account of their not being clean of lusts and their blood being very murky, exchange falsehood for truth, claiming good to be evil and evil to be good, as Isaiah cried out, Woe to those who call good evil and evil good, making darkness into light and light into darkness, sweetness into bitter. Isaiah 5:20. That is why the authentic tzaddik must inevitably exchange and clothe the truth into various garments in order to bring peace into the world. Section 36. This resolves another question on the Midrash that states that God cast truth to the earth for arguing against the creation of the human being, cited in paragraph 16. Why was God not upset with peace, which also argued against the creation of the human being, as stated there? However, the essence of the argument of peace was that the human being should not be created because he is full of arguments. And as we have said, all arguments and disputes are caused by the truth that is not purified and clarified. and therefore each side assumes that they possess the truth, on account of which arguments and dispute only increase in the world. Paragraphs 20, 23, 25. Hence, the damage that would be caused to peace, on account of which peace argued against the creation of the human being, was because of truth that is not properly purified, which is why God was upset only with truth and cast only truth to the earth. That itself would be its rectification, as said, "For through the great tzaddikim, clarifying and purifying the truth until they attain the authentic truth, such that they would come to truly know God's enormous compassion on the Jewish people, and would judge them all to the side of merit and find a true good point in every single Jewish person. Through that itself would they bring peace to the world, for they would thereby bring this path into the world of dissolving all the accusations and conflicts that come from the argument of the angels on account of too much truth. Each individual would surrender their own intelligence to that of the authentic tzaddikim, who attain the truth of God's compassion, and each one would look upon the good in each other and not upon the evil, which is God's true will, through which peace would be established on earth. Hence, by casting truth to the earth, the argument of peace was automatically dispelled, for by casting truth to the earth, all arguments would automatically be dissolved, and peace would come forth. That is why God only cast truth to the earth and not peace, for by casting the truth, the argument of peace, which was that the human being is filled with arguments, was automatically dispelled. For by casting the truth to the earth, all arguments and dispute would be dispelled, and peace would come about. This is because all dispute is caused only by the profusion of too much truth, which is truth that is not purified by the authentic tzaddikim. This itself corresponds to the permission of altering the truth for the sake of peace. That for the sake of peace, one must alter and distance the truth, for that in fact is the essence of the truth that God desires. To alter the truth for the sake of peace, which corresponds to God's casting the truth for arguing against the creation of the human being, alluding with this that one must cast aside and distance a truth like this that gives rise to arguments and dispute. Hence, by casting the truth to the earth, argument is dispelled and peace is brought about. That is why God cast only the truth, to show that the essence of truth is impossible for any angel to perceive, and only the authentic tzaddikim who sort out the authentic truth are able to attain it. And through that, all accusations and arguments would automatically be dissolved and peace would be brought into the world, fulfilling the verse, "Love, truth, and peace." Zechariah 8:19. Section 37. This corresponds to the Havdalah recited at the conclusion of Shabbat, specifically through which we channel the holiness of Shabbat into the 6 weekdays. Shabbat corresponds to the essence of truth, as our sages said that even an ignoramus is afraid of saying a falsehood on Shabbat Yerushalmi, Demi 4:1. That is why Shabbat corresponds to the world of the future, when after creation will merge into before creation, when Father and Son will be as one. This is because the merging is ultimately brought about through the truth, as explained in the lesson, with the 6 weekdays corresponding to after creation. For they are days of action during which creation emerged from potential to actualization, and the entire creation came about through truth, as written, "In the beginning God created Elohim," last letters of which spell out emet, truth. However, nevertheless, as soon as creation emerged from potential to actualization, there emerged the possibility for falsehood to take hold, which is why falsehood has some sway during the 6 weekdays. The rectification for this is through Shabbat, which corresponds to the authentic tzaddik, who is called entirely Shabbat Zohar, Part 3, 144b, for he corresponds to the essence of truth. So we must channel the holiness of Shabbat into the 6 weekdays, as well as channeling the holiness of the authentic tzaddik upon all the masses of the Jewish people who correspond in comparison to him to the weekdays, meaning to shine into them the truth, which is the essence of holiness. channeling the truth, which is the holiness of Shabbat, into the weekdays, which corresponds to channeling the holiness of the authentic tzaddik upon the masses of the people, is achieved specifically through Havdalah, by knowing how to differentiate between the holy and the mundane, between Shabbat and the 6 weekdays, between the tzaddik and the masses, knowing that there is a great difference between the essence of truth of Shabbat, which corresponds to the authentic tzaddik, and the truth of the weekdays, which corresponds to the masses of people. Though their entire vitality, rectification, and survival is through the truth, they are unable to perceive and understand with their minds the authentic intelligence of the authentic tzaddik, who corresponds to Shabbat, for his thoughts are very deep. The truth of the masses corresponds to the weekdays, which is to know that they are distant from perceiving and understanding authentic intelligence, and must only strengthen themselves in faith, which is the essence of their truth. Hence, specifically through the Havdalah, we channel the holiness from Shabbat to the weekdays, from the tzaddik to the masses. Understand well. Section 38. This corresponds to, lest they break through to God to see, you and Aaron shall ascend. Exodus 19:21. Upon which Rashi comments, you in your own space, Aaron in his own space, and the people should not break through at all. This is as said. It is certainly impossible to come close to the level of the truth of the tzaddik, and impossible to understand and perceive his intelligence, which is why one must not harbor questions about him. This corresponds to the prohibition of foreigners coming close to the holy space in the temple and the sanctuary. The essence of holiness is truth, as said, and wherever God's truth shines more greatly, greater holiness dwells there. However, not everyone is able to come close to and approach the holiness of this truth, for the essence of truth, which is the perception of God's truth, is impossible to perceive. Each individual must remain in their place and level, and hold on to the path of truth appropriate for their level, which is their truth, not breaking forth to something that is not appropriate for them, as in, do not seek what is beyond you. Hence, the mystery of channeling the holiness, which is the truth, from Shabbat to weekdays to the masses, is specifically through Havdalah, which is the holiness of Shabbat into the weekdays, specifically through the Havdalah at the conclusion of Shabbat. Section 39. This explains why our sages derived the law of using wine for Havdalah at the conclusion of Shabbat from the Torah section, in which God instructs Aaron not to drink wine before service immediately after the death of his sons, who had in fact gone beyond their boundaries and broke through to God to offer an incense offering without permission. Leviticus 10:9, Shavuot 18a. This corresponds to this blemish, the blemish of improperly refined truth. Aaron's sons, Nadav and Avihu, were very great and awesome tzaddikim Zohar, Part 3, 56b, whose intentions were certainly, truly, for the sake of heaven, desiring to come close to God, assuming that they would thereby be able to bring the entire people closer to their ultimate goal, and even regarding our sages' teaching that, walking behind Moses and Aaron, they said to each other, when will these two elders die, and we will lead the generation? Sanhedrin 52a. They certainly did not intend for their own glory, but truly for the sake of heaven. But nevertheless, they erred greatly, as stated explicitly in the Torah and by our sages. For even great tzaddikim occasionally err in unrefined truth, which is the cause of all mistakes told by our sages of great tzaddikim who erred, all on account of a blemish in the truth. That is why, after the death of Aaron's two sons, the prohibition of drinking wine before service was transmitted, in which is alluded the mystery of differentiating, as written there, to differentiate between the holy and the mundane, between Shabbat and the weekdays, Leviticus 10:10, from which our sages derive the law of Havdalah at the conclusion of Shabbat. The rectification is achieved specifically through Havdalah, by knowing that we are distant from the essence of the truth of Shabbat, which corresponds to the clarified truth of the greatest tzaddikim who are able to ascertain the authentic truth. That is why this differentiation is juxtaposed to the death of Aaron's sons, for they blemished in this by breaking forth to the holiness, which corresponds to a truth that is beyond their level. For even though it seemed to them that their intention was for the truth, they were mistaken, as explained in the Torah. Hence, they blemished in the mystery of Havdalah, which is why differentiation is juxtaposed to their death. Section 40. This itself corresponds to the juxtaposition of the prohibition of drinking wine before entering the temple to the death of Aaron's sons, whom our sages said had indeed entered the sanctuary having drunk wine. For this is the essence of this prohibition, which corresponds to the prohibition of intoxication, which our sages extensively prohibited. This is because drinking wine and becoming intoxicated blemishes one's intelligence, and one then breaks forth to ascend beyond one's boundary, as in, when wine enters, secrets leave, Numbers Rabbah 10:8, which corresponds to the confused mind and the craziness that intoxicated people speak. This is because on account of intelligence having become detached from its container, and one breaking forth to ascend beyond one's boundary, one's intelligence becomes completely confused, and anyone without great intelligence will speak foolishness. But even the intelligent one, who does not speak foolishness during intoxication, can also cause great blemish through the intoxication. For by breaking forth beyond one's boundary, one thereby veers from the truth. That is why an intoxicated person is forbidden to pass a ruling, for he is unable to ascertain and clarify the law properly. Eruvin 64b. Thus, our sages in fact said, all paths seem straight to the intoxicated person. Yoma 75a. For this person veers greatly from the truth on account of the wine, and he assumes that he possesses all truth, as we see for ourselves. This is why this prohibition is juxtaposed to the death of Aaron's sons, for they too blemished in this. Section 41. For this reason, the Torah section of the Yom Kippur service opens with the death of Aaron's sons, as written, after the death of Aaron's two sons, in bringing an offering before God and dying. God said, Aaron should not enter into the holy. This is how Aaron shall enter the holy. Leviticus 16:1 and 2. The entire Yom Kippur service, through which God forgives the sins of the Jewish people every year, is brought about through the pure truth of God, which is impossible to perceive, other than by the greatest of tzaddikim, each one according to their level. This is because according to the simple truth, there is no rectification for a sinner. As our sages said, wisdom was asked, and it said, the sinning soul shall die. Yerushalmi Makot 2:6. This corresponds to the truth of the angels who argued against the creation of the human being. For, according to their truth, there is no rectification for a sinner. And since they foresaw that humankind would sin against God, they therefore argued against his creation. And indeed, according to common sense, that seems to be the truth. However, the angels did not know the enormity of God's compassion, which is the essence of the incomprehensible truth, and it is from there that forgiveness for Jewish sins comes on Yom Kippur. However, not just anyone is able to enter into the holiness of this truth. Even the high priest is warned not to enter at just any time into the holy, but only on Yom Kippur. For this truth, which corresponds to the holiness of the Holy of Holies, the innermost chamber in the temple, can only be entered on Yom Kippur through the entire service instructed by God. Only then will the high priest be able to evoke forgiveness for sins that comes from the essence of the truth of his compassion, as in, abundantly loving, kind, and true. Paragraph 33. That is why this section is juxtaposed to the death of Aaron's sons, for they blemished in this, as said. Laws of the ways of the Gentiles. Section 42. Following this comes the section dealing with incest and forbidden relations, which begins with, Do not act in the ways of the land of Egypt. Do not follow their ways, Leviticus 18, 3 and 4, which we read on Yom Kippur in the afternoon prayer service. This corresponds to, Aaron shall place lots on the goats, on one lot for God, and on one lot for Azazel there. 16:8. The ultimate rectification of sins comes through the tzaddik, who corresponds to the high priest, who is able to enter into the incipience of creation and there to ameliorate and dissolve the subtlest attachment of falsehood. This corresponds to the service of the great tzaddikim on Rosh Hashanah, discussed at the beginning of this discourse, paragraph 8, from which comes the forgiving of sins on Yom Kippur. When the high priest had to ascend to the incipience of creation, at which point it is impossible to recognize any attachment of falsehood. This corresponds to the requirement for the two goats to be identical in appearance and height. Yoma 62a. Yet, nevertheless, one had to be sorted out of them to be brought to God, while the other went to Azazel. That is why the goats had to be elevated to an exalted place, to the incipience of creation, and to cast a lot on them. For at that place it is impossible to sort out the truth from the attachment of falsehood other than by God Himself. That corresponds to the lot that comes from God that decides which goat is for God and which for Azazel, for it is the lot that differentiates between them, specifically through which the attachment of falsehood is ameliorated and dissolved at the incipience of its root, which arises from potential to actualization. Through that, the sins of the Jewish people, which are attached to the very incipience of the emergence of creation from potential to actualization, are forgiven. For at that point, it is impossible to sort out truth other than through a lot that emerges from God Himself. Section 43. This is, do not act in the ways of the land of Egypt, or the ways of the land of Canaan. Do not follow their ways. The summation of all that has been said is that the most important thing is truth, and that truth is one. For only one thing can be called the truth, as explained well in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 51. But the essence of truth is very difficult to attain, which is why the truth of most people is simply to know that it is impossible to attain knowledge of the essence of truth, and that one must strengthen oneself in faith, which is dependent upon the truth above, paragraphs 21, 22. In other words, through the truth we can know that it is impossible to understand it, and that we must only strengthen our faith. But the person who has not attained the authentic truth, but fools himself that he desires the truth, while his intention is really for his own benefit, such as honor or other lusts, this person is liable to err greatly on account of his truth. This corresponds to the mistake of Avimelech discussed above, who claimed that he had acted with innocence, paragraph 34. And not only can a person err into convoluted paths on account of one's truth, but one can also fall into false beliefs on account of one's confused truth. This corresponds to all the false faiths of the Gentiles who are very firm in their faith, even though it all comes from deceit and lies, for their entire faith arises from lust and honor. This happens in every single generation, very clear to anyone a bit familiar with historical records. This is why in ancient times there were many forms of idolatry that used immorality as part of their services, which were very firmly accepted by the people of that time. When people became a bit wiser, those false faiths were eradicated. Nevertheless, when people fall through lust and honor, false faiths that revolve around those lusts are firmly accepted. All this is because, on account of which they veered from the authentic truth, it appeared to them that they possessed the truth, such that they fell into false faiths, and whoever veers from the truth into false faiths is very difficult to bring back to the truth. For the truth corresponds to intelligence, in that one perceives the truth of a certain thing, such as perceiving the truth of the orbits of the planets, or perceiving the truth that one person is righteous and another one is wicked. But even in this, there are many mistakes, as we see for ourselves how many have delved into geometry, then assumed that they had found the truth, only for Copernicus to come along and present a new model that is now claimed as the truth, and who indeed knows if it is. For even many sages in this field vehemently dispute it, not to speak of ourselves, who extremely disagree with this perplexing idea. And sometimes it may seem that one has perceived the truth that this person is righteous and the other is wicked, whereas the truth is the very opposite. Yet, one who has erred on account of the truth, though it is very difficult to bring them back to the authentic truth, nevertheless, there is still hope to bring them back, for it can be proven to them with many arguments and proofs that the truth is not as they think, but this requires great toil. However, one who has veered from the truth to the extent that they have fallen on account of this confused truth into false faiths, this person is even more difficult to bring back to the truth and to the upright faith. This is because faith is something without reason and logic, for wherever we understand the reason in the intelligence, this is not faith. Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 62. So, the essence of faith is dependent upon truth, in that, through the truth, one understands that one must have faith in it. That is why when the truth itself is confused and errant, and one has erred so greatly, to the extent that one has fallen into false faiths, it is very difficult to bring them back. For even if it were to be shown to them with many true proofs and arguments that the truth is other than what they claim, they will still declare that they surrender their own intelligence and have full faith without reason and logic. For that is the definition of faith in the truth, as said. For this reason, it is very difficult to clarify the truth in the world, and why the truth is cast to the earth and has become splintered into many groups, each one claiming the truth for itself. Section 44. In holy truth, however, wherever the truth is clarified and refined, the above element of truth is, in fact, a great benefit, which corresponds to the Jewish people being believers, children of believers. Shabbat 97a. For we have faith in the God of truth and in His holy Torah, with faith alone, without any philosophical analysis at all. We have already seen much truth through the signs and wonders that Moses did before the eyes of all the Israelites, and through the wondrous pleasantness of our holy Torah with which God has graced us. And though nevertheless it is impossible to understand and perceive Him, and impossible to answer any of the questions of the philosophers, we remain firm in our faith, for we have no need to answer or resolve them at all, since they cannot be answered, because as the heavens are above the earth, so are His ways above our ways, and there will inevitably be questions on God, as the Rebbe said, Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 55. But whoever has not attained the authentic upright faith and has fallen into false faiths, the blemish of false faiths is even worse. For it is more difficult to bring this person back, since they accept the falsehood, the errant and confused truth that is accepted without reason. This is the matter of, if one is deserving, a helper; if one is not deserving, against him, referenced above in paragraph 22, but not explained well there. The meaning is, as already explained there, that truth and faith correspond to man and woman, as mentioned. Concerning this it is said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make for him a helper against him." Genesis 2:18. For it is not good for the truth to be alone, since it is impossible to attain the essence of truth, so a helper is provided for it, which is faith, through which the truth is able to endure. Similarly, the perpetuation of faith is through the truth. For whoever looks at the authentic truth without any personal interests or self-delusions of worldly lusts or honor will be able to understand from afar in whom one should have faith. This is, if one is deserving, a helper; if one is not deserving, against him. When one's truth is pure and clear, in that one truly looks toward the eternal purpose, not allowing oneself to be fooled, then faith will certainly be one's helper, for existence and life are founded upon faith, as our sages said. Habakkuk came and based them all on one: a righteous one shall live by his faith. Makot 24. A. For the essence of truth is impossible to understand with intelligence, and we must only strengthen our faith through the truth. However, if one is not deserving, if one's truth is not pure, and one fools oneself as if one desires the truth, when in fact one seeks only the honor and lusts of this world, then faith is against him. For then, on account of one's unrefined truth, one falls into false faiths, which correspond to an evil woman is more bitter than death, since false faiths fool and mislead one even more. Because it is impossible to talk with this person, since he argues that he has faith without logic and reason, while in fact, it all comes through one's lusts and honor. Section 45. This is the meaning of the verse's warning. Do not act in the ways of the land of Egypt, and do not follow their statutes. Leviticus 18:3. Their statutes are irrational false faiths, which we must meticulously avoid. This is dependent, though, upon avoiding to act in the ways of the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan, which is the ways of their lusts, specifically sexual lust. But not only were these peoples very sunk in this lust, they also created statutes and false faiths related to it, on account of which they were even more invested in their lusts, such that they were able to fulfill their lusts without feeling any sense of disgrace. So the verse warns the Jewish people not to fool themselves in this, God forbid, for the two are interdependent. To the extent that one avoids the ways of the Egyptians, to that extent is one distant from their statutes and false faiths. And similarly, the inverse, to the extent that one distances oneself from their statutes and false faiths, to that extent is one distant from their lusts. That is why the Torah forbade us to follow their statutes, such as their customs and ways, even though there is no prohibition of idolatry involved, but simply because the Gentiles created this or that statute related to their lusts, for their statutes arise from their false faiths, which is why the Jewish people are severely forbidden to follow them. This is, do my laws and observe my statutes to follow them, which a person shall do and live in them. There, 18:4. Laws and statutes correspond to truth and faith. Laws have a logic that is possible to understand, which corresponds to intelligence, to truth, whereas statutes have no inherent logic, so they correspond to faith. The verse thus urges us to follow only the laws and statutes that God instructed us, which are the essence of purified truth and authentic, upright faith, through which we are able to distance ourselves from the lusts of this world and cleave to God, whereas we must distance ourselves from their statutes, which are false statutes. This is, which a person shall do and live in them. Even in the laws and statutes of the Holy Torah, there are different ways and divisions of opinion from which devolve all disputes in the world. So the verse warns us to live in them and not to die in them, as our sages said. If one is deserving, the Torah becomes one's potion of life, and if one is not deserving, it becomes one's potion of death. Yoma 85b. This gives rise to the many Jewish people who have veered from the truth, claiming that they possess the entire truth. Though this cannot be unambiguously disproved, nevertheless, whoever does not fool themselves but looks toward the eternal goal with authentic sincerity will be able to understand the truth from afar and to attain full faith, to know who are the true tzaddikim and upright, and whom one should follow. May God of truth grant truth to Jacob and guide us along the path of truth until we are able to truly come close to him. Amen. May it be his will. This is why all this is juxtaposed to the section of the Yom Kippur service, and why we read this section on Yom Kippur. For the ultimate atonement and forgiveness of Yom Kippur comes from the essence of truth. Laws of Divining and Auguring. Section 46. This corresponds to the prohibition of divining and auguring, as written, "Do not augur and do not divine." Leviticus 19:26. As already explained, paragraph 1, the power of falsehood comes from the proliferation of differentiations, which come mainly on account of time, and as explained, paragraph 17, the ultimate wholeness of truth is when one is able to clarify the truth, specifically from within the profusion, the proliferation of differentiations. For the truth is one, and the greatness of the human being is to reveal the simple oneness, which is the essence of truth, specifically from different phenomena. For this reason, the holy Jewish people bless and praise God at all the junctures of the changes in times and periods, such as in the morning we recite, "Who forms light," and in the evening, "Who brings the evening." This explains why these blessings were instituted to be recited before the recitation of the Shema, the connection of which to the Shema is seemingly strange. But based on what has been said, it is very clear. Whenever there is a change in time, such as in the morning when the sun rises and in the evening when it sets, from which falsehood is able to gain power, since its power is from the changes which are mainly related to time, as said, therefore specifically, then at the time of the change in time, we thank and praise God with, "Who forms light," in the morning, and with, "Who brings evening," in the evening, to proclaim and make known that all changes in time are solely from Him, as we recite, "In whose word He brings evening." With understanding, He changes periods, shifts the times, arranges the stars, and, in the morning, who forms light and creates darkness. In His goodness, He constantly renews every day the work of creation, with all of which we proclaim that all changes that are part of the shifting of times all come entirely from God, for all the different phenomena come from the simple oneness of God. That is why it was instituted for these blessings to precede the recital of the Shema, which is a proclamation of faith in the oneness, in that we acknowledge and make known that God is singularly and uniquely one, which is the essence of the truth, as we declare at the conclusion of reciting the Shema, "God, your God, is true," in the morning immediately following true with enduring, and in the evening with faith. Furthermore, all this was instituted to recite after the recital of the blessing over the luminaries in both morning and evening. For that is the greatness of truth, which is faith in the oneness that we acknowledge and proclaim in the Shema. For the ultimate wholeness is when we manifest the simple oneness, specifically from within the different phenomena. That is why our sages in their Holy Spirit instituted everything in proper and wondrous order. In the morning, when there is a great change from darkness to light and the sun rises, and in the evening when the sun sets, we then thank God for this and proclaim and make known that all shifts in time, which embodies all changes, as said, all come entirely from God. God alone, in His goodness, constantly renews the works of creation every day, which is why our sages instituted to recite the Shema, which is faith in the oneness, in the context of these blessings. For that is the ultimate wholeness of faith, to have faith specifically throughout all changes, that they all come from the simple oneness of God. Section 47. Similarly, every month there is a great change as the moon renews its cycle, which is why our sages instituted the sanctification of the moon, specifying a unique blessing for this amazing change. This is why this blessing over the moon is considered very precious and important. Sanhedrin 42a, for the changing of the month is certainly greater than the changes that take place every day. So, our sages instituted for us to recite this very amazing and awesome blessing of, "In whose word He created the heavens," to proclaim and make known that this great change of the moon, waning and waxing every month, upon which countless other changes that take place in the world are dependent, all come entirely from God. That is why we declare in this blessing, true actor, whose acts are true, who told the moon to renew. For the great praise of this blessing is the manifestation of the truth from within this great change. This corresponds to the greatness of Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah is the greatest of all changes in time, for time then shifts from one year to another. But it is also the time of the creation of the world, when creation emerged from potential to actualization and became two, in which is embodied all changes in the world, which is why a year is called Shana, from the root of Shinui, change. This is why the service on Rosh Hashanah is great and enormous, such that it is impossible for an ordinary person to complete it alone, and why many Jewish people must therefore gather together, as is the universal custom of all Jewish people, to gather together in synagogues and study halls. But the most important thing is to come to the authentic tzaddikim, who alone know the wonders of the service of Rosh Hashanah, to sort out and manifest the authentic truth from amidst such great changes. That is why we add in every silent prayer on Rosh Hashanah about the manifestation of His godliness and kingship upon us, proclaiming and accepting His awesome and fearsome reign upon us, as we recite, "Grant your fear, and reign alone over all of your works, that every creature will know that you created it, and every form of life will know that you formed it." We also add on Rosh Hashanah extra liturgy, all to proclaim His oneness and kingship upon us. For the essence of the service of Rosh Hashanah, when there are the greatest changes in the world, as said, so we must then devote ourselves more than ever to manifest the truth specifically from within the many changes, for that is the ultimate greatness of manifesting the truth. Thus, we conclude this section in every prayer on Rosh Hashanah with, "For you are God of truth, and your word is true." For that is the ultimate service of Rosh Hashanah, to manifest the essence of truth in the world, that He is God, and to accept His kingship and fear upon us. Section 48. These diviners and augurs are the opposite of all this. With their lies, they attribute all human-related events to the changing of time and to other changes in the world, saying that certain times are better to begin or end things, Sanhedrin 65b, as if everything is out of order, according to the order of seasons and times, as if the food falls, if a deer passes by in front of one, and so on, all arising from the changes caused by the celestial arrangements, which is the ultimate denial and falsehood that is attached to the changes. That is why the Torah forbade us severely not to follow this path at all, for it is not our portion. On the contrary, we have faith that all changes in time and all changes in the world all happen through individual providence from God, and all signs and augury are meaningless. For who knows God's intention on any given day, any given period, or any given hour, for His thoughts are very deep. That is why we are strictly forbidden to divine or augur, but on the contrary, to thank and praise and bless God at every changing in time and for every change in the world. And the greater the change, the more we must praise and bless Him. That is the ultimate greatness of the manifestation of the truth, when we uncover the truth specifically from within the profuse changes for which reason the human being was created, as said. Section 49. This is why our righteous Messiah, through whom will come the ultimate manifestation of truth in the world, will come specifically at the end of days, which is after time has been drawn out at great length, ever since the creation of the world, until that time when He will come, may it be soon in our days. Also, human population has increased exponentially, with differing opinions and wisdoms having proliferated very profusely, which is the essence of multiplicity and change, to which falsehood has been able to seize onto firmly, casting truth to the ground, causing the God-fearing to be loathed and the Jewish people to be very denigrated. Specifically then, will people see the greatness of the Messiah, who will manifest the truth specifically from within all these differentiations, and the verse will be fulfilled. Truth will sprout forth from the earth, and a tongue of truth will be established forever, speedily in our days. Amen. Laws of tattoos. Section 50. This corresponds to the prohibition of tattoos. Writing is for the purpose of proclaiming the truth and rejecting falsehood. Whenever there is concern that something will be changed or falsified, we write it down so that a liar will not be able to falsely claim otherwise. Yet, the fact remains that a deceiver and liar will not be restrained even by the written word, as we see for ourselves. For the deceiver and liar will change his story 100 times, even to counter the written word, arguing falsely and deceitfully that such was the intent of the writer. This is the meaning of whose mouths speak lies and whose right hands are a false right. Psalms 144:8. Even their right hands, which corresponds to writing, which is done with the right hand, is also a false right. That is why one should interact only with someone who can be relied on to be truthful and sincere, whether in business or in Torah and ethics. For truth is ultimately in the heart, that one not fool oneself, as in, who speaks truth in his heart. Psalms 15:2, as our sages said, the heart knows its true intention. Sanhedrin 26a. This is why our holy Torah was given both in writing and orally, which correspond to truth and faith. The written Torah corresponds to truth, as in the uprightness of words of truth. Ecclesiastes 12:10. But nevertheless, from the written Torah alone, we would be unable to know the truth of the Torah, for none of the laws of the commandments are explicit in the Torah. We only know how to put on the tefillin, as well as all other laws of the Torah, through the oral Torah, which corresponds to faith, as in, I will declare your faith with my mouth. Psalms 89:2, which is faith in the sages, in that we must have faith in the authentic sages, as they have explained to us all the laws and ways of the Torah. The main power of diluted truth, from which come all liars in the world, as in any falsehood that does not contain some truth at its beginning, will not endure. Rashi on Numbers 13:27 is from writing, which is for the purpose of the truth, so that no longer will anyone be able to alter what has already been entirely written down. But from that itself arises all their lies, for with minor changes they offer interpretations and explanations of the written word that accord with their lies. That is why the Gentiles study only the written Torah, for their lies are derived from there, since they divide and separate between the written Torah and the oral Torah, and do not believe in the authentic sages, who are the Talmudic sages who explain to us very clearly the entire Torah as it truly is. They thus interpret the Torah as they wish, since they interpret the Torah that are not there at all. This is why they are extremely meticulous in all their court cases and laws, that everything must be written down, and they accept nothing, whether minor or major, from the litigants or from the judge, if it is not written down, all for the sake of truth, so that it will no longer be able to be altered. But this truth is much too much, from which falsehood derives its power, as we see for ourselves, that even after all their prolific written accounts, in which all verbal testimonies are written down, they still go on lying, changing what was said 100 times and interpreting what was written however they wish. All this is well known. This is because truth is ultimately one, which is not profuse, since the most important thing is that the judge rule according to the authentic truth which is given to the heart. And only he who sees the hearts knows whose intention is for the authentic truth. But on account of the profuse writings, it is impossible to clarify the truth, and in fact, falsehood derives its power specifically from there. Section 51. This corresponds to the prohibition of tattoos. The ancient Amorites used to write and tattoo into their flesh written words related to their false faiths, all for the purpose of strengthening their mistaken truth and showing how firm they were in their faith, to the extent that they were willing to inscribe and engrave on their flesh in writing about their faith, Maimonides, Laws of Idolatry 12:11. However, this itself was their lie and deceit, for their power was derived specifically from writing, which is in the world of action, from which they derive their power. Thus, they inscribe in writing in their flesh, for the power of falsehood is in the flesh of the body, to which all the lusts are attached, as in uncircumcised flesh, Ezekiel 44:9, from which arise all liars, as in the serpent's power is over the flesh, Zohar, Part 1. 65a. The serpent, representing the ultimate deceiver and liar, from which arise all liars and deceivers in the world, as in the serpent was cunning, Genesis 3:1, in that it deceived Adam and Eve and all subsequent generations. Its power is mainly over the flesh of the body, in which are all lusts that mislead the human being with various deceits, inverting falsehood to truth and truth to falsehood, all for the sake of bodily lust, for on account of bodily lust, the truth appears otherwise to the individual, who now claims that the lusts are the truth, paragraph 34. That is why the Torah forbade all this with the prohibition of tattoos. We must not introduce written letters inscribed and engraved into the flesh of the body, for falsehood then becomes attached to that over-proliferation of truth, which corresponds to this writing, inscribing the truth in writing into the flesh of the body, so that the truth will be inscribed in it, while in fact it is all lies and falsehoods. Since, on the contrary, falsehood derives its main power from there. This is because the truth must be written and inscribed in the heart with authentic sincerity, as in, write them on the tablet of your heart, Proverbs 3:3, but not on the flesh of the physical body, for that corresponds to an over-proliferation of truth, which is the ultimate falsehood, as said. This corresponds to those exhibitionist pseudo-ascetics, who on account of their practices end up harming themselves, Sota 22b. They exhibited too much truth, which corresponds to falsehood, since truth is only one and not many, and is dependent on the inner workings of the heart. That one not delude oneself. As we say in morning prayers, one should always be God-fearing in private, acknowledging the truth and speaking truth in one's heart, which is attained mainly by surrendering oneself to the truth. As the prayer continues, what are we? What are our lives? What are our good deeds? Most of our actions are empty. The days of our lives are meaningless before you, for only through that can one attain the authentic truth, by surrendering oneself to the truth and not intending at all for one's own benefit. Laws of cross-dressing. Section 52. This corresponds to, a man's garment shall not be on a woman, and a man shall not wear a woman's dress. Deuteronomy 22:5. Man and woman correspond to truth and faith, as said paragraphs 22-44, and their garments and clothing should not be exchanged, so that one will not stumble upon another's woman, which corresponds to denials and false faiths. Truth corresponds to intelligence, paragraph 43, and faith is something without logic, but the ultimate faith is attained through truth, as in, when righteousness is combined with truth, it becomes faith. Zohar, Part 3, 198b. For whoever sincerely seeks the truth understands in whom one should have faith, whereas whoever fools themselves and pursues the emptiness of this world, seeking honor and money and the lusts of this world, exchanges and overturns the proper order of things. Whatever is possible for human intelligence to understand is incumbent upon one to understand as best as one can. But regarding that which is impossible to understand, one must rely on faith. As the Rebbe writes Likutey Moharan, Part 162, which corresponds to truth and faith, and most importantly, it must all be with authentic sincerity. It would be impossible to explain all this in writing or orally, for the ultimate wholeness of truth and faith is for each individual to the extent of the perception of each one's heart, as I heard from the Rebbe's holy mouth. But those who veer from the truth for the emptiness of this world overturn the proper order of thing, and where they should use truth, which is intelligence, to understand properly, they surrender their intelligence and rely on faith, and where they should have faith, they specifically desire to understand the truth with their intelligence. This corresponds to the prohibition of cross-dressing, which is when faith, corresponding to woman, is needed. A man's garment, corresponding to truth, to intelligence, shall not be placed upon it. One should not attempt to analyze, to understand with one's intelligence. And inversely, a man shall not wear a woman's dress, meaning that when it is possible to understand the truth, which corresponds to the warrior Gibor man, as in, gird your sword on your waist, Gibor, your glory and your splendor, but ride upon a word of truth. Psalms 45:4, which speaks about the authentic Torah scholar who fights the battle of Torah to clarify the authentic truth of the ways of the Torah, as Rashi explains there, for which reason he is called a Gibor. The Torah forbids wearing a woman's dress, which corresponds to faith. Wherever one is able to clarify the truth with one's intelligence, one must clarify it according to the ways of the Torah and not exchange authentic truth and intelligence, not betray the truth with false faith. All this is impossible to explain. Yet whoever seeks the authentic truth and does not fool themselves will be able to understand, each one to the extent of the perception of their heart, where lies the authentic truth upon which one should rely. Once one has discovered such authentic truth, and regarding whatever is impossible to understand, one must certainly surrender one's intelligence and rely on faith. But never the inverse, loathing authentic intelligence and surrendering one's intelligence to foolishness, in which no authentic intelligence can be found. May God of truth show us the truth and grant truth to Jacob, guiding us along the path of authentic truth all the days of our lives forever. Amen and amen.